Welcome in, everybody. Today we're playing Yakuza 0. How's everyone else doing today? How you been? Hi, Takame. Hey, Annie Wolf, right? Yeah. Annie got first. Chris got a redeem, any redeem, except VIP. What would you like, Chris? I'm tired again. This time for a reason, at least. I woke up early intentionally to try and maybe not fix, but adjust my sleep schedule back to something a little more normal. But that, of course, has the consequence that I've been tired all day. So I'm gonna be awake as long as I can manage it, and hopefully get to, like, 11 o'clock, midnight-ish, so it's not like super early, because that just causes more problems. But we'll see. We'll see. I did a lot of cleaning and organizing today. Keep myself moving. Oh, that keyboard I mentioned still isn't here. Don't know what the postal service is doing, but clearly not delivering my package. So I don't have any feedback for that just yet. Last time we were playing, we had just gotten to the part where we're playing this guy, whose name I cannot remember right now. But he's a pretty cool guy. Looks like I have to beat these bikers up. Let's see if I can. Okay, I do remember how to play the game. There we go. Damn. I like how they explode into money. They all explode into money. I take it this is where I'm headed. What else is there to do around here? Karaoke. Jogi, no thanks. I I tried. What was it again? Mahjong. Yeah, we tried Mahjong last night, and I couldn't read the actual, like, I don't know what you call them. The pieces, I guess. They're kind of like cards, but they're not cards. They're little wafers, almost. Whatever those things are. Yeah. Could not read them properly. Yeah. Not a whole lot to do here, huh? Yeah, bar with darts and pool. I don't know if I have to do these things separately. But let's check out the karaoke bar and see if it's, like, different. If there's different songs or something. Am I off? There we go. I'm sure that's what the sign says, but I can't read that. Alright, let's see if there's anything new here. Aw, man. Wait, this is new. I didn't even see that up there. How you doing today, Doc? I don't know what emoji you sent, but I can tell that you sent an emoji. Oh god, it's so fast. Awesome. I was a little worried it wouldn't quite be there, because I definitely missed quite a few. I remember someone was in here last time like, wow, you're actually good at that game. It's like, I don't think the karaoke is that hard, but yeah. They're a little jealous. I think that was bad. Okay, I suck at most of the other games. Especially pool. I'm so bad at the pool in this game. I just cannot make it work for me. Managed to get a little cash. Oh no, creeps. I'm gonna spoil your whole damn day. Ooh. Oh. Oh, we traded. A slightly battered stamina and royale. Oh, cool. Uh-oh. Wait, I recognize this guy. At least I think I do. Is that the guy from the opening? Okay, something about our competitor Odyssey. Or is that us? I don't remember anymore. It's been like a week. I forget which one is ours. Ah, okay. Odyssey is the competition. Next, we're... This one, the Grand. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, that's the video store. Yeah, we're not doing that. Yeah, I need some money. Goons. They're just goons. I'll grab you, buddy. Come here. Hello? There we go. Ooh. His face. All right, let me start the short stream. I usually don't start it until I've already been playing the game, just to make sure that it's nice and full of activity. All right, where are we headed? We'll just go to the objective, I think, which I believe requires me to run all the way around. Oh, I get to fight some more guys. Yeah, some hooligans. Silly guys. Oh my god. He gave him an adjustment. He appreciates that. Chiropractors aren't cheap. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice kick in the gut. There's another club here, Mercury. There's a lot of competitors in this industry. Uh-oh. Head down the next street here. Now you can like get your fortune read or something. I wonder if you can, if there's any like hidden places you can go into. Probably not. Oop, I ran past it. Is it here? Yeah, here we go. Yep, this is the Odyssey. Alright, Majima, that's his name. Ready to make that magic happen? Yeah, let's go. Ooh, swapping out the eye patch for sunglasses.
いらっしゃいませ。お一人様ですか？
ああ。
すみません。ただいま満席でして、少々待っていただいても構いませんでしょうか。
構へん、待つ。
ほんますみません。そしたらこちらでお待ちください。よろしければお飲み物もお持ちしますが。
ああ、そんな気ぃつかんでええねん。のんびり待ちますわ。
Yeah, so he just offered to let us have a drink, but they can't actually seat us.
大変お待たせいたしました。1名様ご案内いたします。こちらへどうぞ。
Okay, now we're getting seated. Ooh, okay. Go around the club interior, press A button to observe areas of interest. Here we go. The hostesses feel oddly old-fashioned, like their clothes are screaming, "Let's relive the college years." Maybe it's a classic look, but I say it's straight up dated. Guys their own age probably don't get anything from it. I bet it makes the old boys club feel right at home. That's kind of what I was thinking, is they're trying to appeal to the older, richer men. So it's probably club policy, not personal taste. Yeah, it certainly looks that way. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, wide open table, booked up apparently though. Yeah, they probably do keep a queue at the entrance. What is bro doing over there? One old guy in flashy clothes, a middle-aged playboy, and a kid in rags. Gotta be entertainment biz. Director, the talent, and the young one's a PA or some piss boy job. I'm sorry, a what? Is that a specific job in the entertainment industry? Am I missing something here? I mean, I can't say I'm actually all that surprised, but still, they have a title called Piss Boy? How do you apply for that job? What are the qualifications? Does anybody know? I'm just curious. For customers and only 2 girls feels off balance. Yeah. What else is there? They really want me to look at the at the guy in his underwear. He's gonna pump good intel out of her. Okay, buddy.
おお、こらえらいべっぴんさんが来たな。
おおきに。飲み物何飲まはります？
ほな、とりあえずシャンパン頼むわ。
はーい。こっちお願い。
I would start with asking her about herself. That way she gets comfortable. And she'll probably still let
高子ちゃんは
something
何
slip
が趣味
anyway.
な？
うちは最近スキーにハマってんねん。週末はいつもスキー場行って滑ってますわ。でね、新しいウェアがめっちゃ可愛いねん。誰か買うてくれへんかな？
どうせ逆に貢いでもらうつもりなんやろ。
そない優しいお客さんおらんもん。なあなあ、今ならうちにプレゼントするチャンスやで。
Wow, she's really laying it on thick here. She's trying to get us to buy her a
ちゃ
snowsuit.
んと靴下も用意しとかなあかんで。
もうお客さん行けずやわ。ええもん自分で買うから。
That didn't get us anywhere. I'm kind of surprised. Usually, girls in this kind of situation, well, I guess maybe because you're a customer, they're not gonna yap about the other girls.
今日はまたえらい混んどんな。毎日こない繁盛しとるんか？
まあ年末っちゅうこともありますけど、最近はみんな強制で同伴させられてるから、その分お客さんが多いんとちゃいます？
What is this man doing? Why is he there?
そない必死になって同伴させる
Oh
ほど
my god.
景気悪そうには見えへんけどな。
I mean, he's living his best
単
life,
に意地張ってるだけですわ。
いいじ。
I guess. I guess he's
最
living
近
his
客の入
best
りで
life.
グ
I
ラウン
don't
ドに
know.
負けっぱなしやさかい。今月は絶対に勝たな全員罰金とかむちゃくちゃ言わはりますねん。
なんやそら。自分とこが儲かっとればそれでええやないか。なんでグラウンドが関係あんねん。
うちもそう思うんやけどな。支配人はそう思ってへんみたいで。正直なんぼ同伴したって常連さんも毎日何十万も使ってくれるわけとちゃうし、新規のお客さんを増やさへんと頭打ちなんよね。
ほう、なるほどな。
I see. So it sounds like the Odyssey is having the primary issue of not having enough clients. And the ones they have aren't blowing tons of money here, so it doesn't cover it.
それにしてもこの店は可愛い子がぎょうさん揃っとるの。全部で何人くらいおるんや。
さあ、100人くらいおるんとちゃうかな。
100
今
girls
日は40
on
人くらいだ
staff
と思いますけど。
for this
ほん
place?
なら知らん子も多いんやろな。
せやな、週に一度しか来ん子とかもおるし、同じ席について初めて
Okay,
話し
so a
た
lot
っ
of
て
them
いう
work
ケース
like
もしょっ
really
ちゅうです。
part-time.
おお、そない新顔がよう入ってくるんか。さすがに人気店はちゃうの。
Sounds like a lot of churn too, though.
そんだけ辞める子が多いんです。
Yeah, a lot of girls up in.
やめる？
Yep.
なんで？
うちは上下関係めっちゃ厳しいですし、ちょっとでも人気出そうな子が入るとすぐ上が潰しにかかるんですわ。
競争が激しいっちゅうことか。せやけど、そない中でも人気ある子っちゅうんはほんまにすごい子なんやろな。
そうですね。ナンバーワンののぞみさんなんか毎日開店と同時に目当てのお客さんがひっきりなしに来てますわ。
そののぞみっちゅう子はどんな子なんや？
のぞみさんですか？ほんまはお客さんに他の子のこと話したらあん
Oh,
ま
she's
り
clamming
良
up.
くないんやけど、
Don't do that. Tell me more about this person I'm trying to find
No.
research on.
一言で言うと真面目な人ですわ。
真面目。
そのお客さんの中には銀行のお偉いさんとか政治家の先生とかも多いんですわ。せやからうちらそないな人と話し合わせるために新聞やニュースをいつもチェックしとけって店からうるさく言われてるんです。のぞみさんは特に真面目でやる気のある人やから、そういうお客さんから受けが良くて指名をたくさん稼いでいったんです。
名実ともにトップレディっちゅうわけやな。ほんなら人気が出んのも当然やな。
So Nozomi's like number one just
Ah,
because she
okay,
keeps
pero
up with
こ
her
の前
clients'
若いお
interests.
客さんが来た時は逆に全然話題についていかれへんくてめっちゃ
But you
面
can only
白
keep
か
up
った
with
です
the,
わ。
the old rich guys.
Ah.
Okay.
今の内緒にしてな。うちがそないなこと言ってたのが他の子にバレたら大変なことになってしまうから。
安心しいや。誰にも言わへんって。可愛いとこがあるやないか、そののぞみちゃんも。
Interesting. So now we know her weak point is younger customers.
店ん中くらいサングラス外したらどうでっか。グランドの支配人は
Ooh, we've been found out. That was quick.
ようこそオデッセイへ。楽しまれてますか？
これは山形藩。オデッセイの試合に自らおいでになるとは恐縮やの。
すまんの。ちょっと外してもらえるか？お目当ては望みやな。
さすがはうちとためはる店の支配人や。話が早くて助かるわ。
あんたの方は随分と回りくどいやないか。こそこそ忍び込んで敵情視察。それがあんたのやり方か？そないなことせんでも望みに会いたきゃ呼びますせ。説得でも交渉でもしたらえ。
そないなことしてもトップのあんたがうんと言わなことは動かん。俺が説得しに来たんは望みやのうてあんたや、山形。
私を？
俺が見たところこの店確かに繁盛しとるが客層がおっさんに偏っとる。今はそれでもええが今後もっと売り上げを伸ばそう思うなら客層を広げんことには頭打ちや。さらに言えば今いる客層も決して良くはない。金持ちのおっさんばかりのせいで高級なイメージがつきすぎてるんや。
Okay, so
たま
what,
に
we're here to
若い
like
客が来ても
take over?
店の雰囲気に馴染めず、なかなか常連にはなってくれへんのとちゃうか。
And all that research we just did. We're now using that to make a point.
まだある。実は今オデッセイは深刻な女不足や。一人でも多くの新人が欲しいちゃうか。
根拠はあるんやろうな。
俺が店に入った時、満席っちゅうことで入り口でチートばかり待たされた。せやけど中に入ったら空席が目についた。これは客全部を相手にできるほどの
Oh
ホス
yeah,
テス
not
が
enough
出
girls.
勤し
That's
てない
why
っちゅ
the
うことやろ。
table's open, I say.
その証
I'd
拠
also
に
love to hear a
男
conversation
3人
between
に女
these
2
two
人っちゅうテ
about
ーブルがあ
the
る。
guy in the underwear. That would be
普通はマンツーマンが基
very
本。
funny, I think.
場合によってはクレームが来てもおかしない。
よう見てはるな。
ま、賢いあんたのことや。そんだけ言えば俺の腹は伝わったやろ。
なるほど。こちらの事情は全てお見通しってわけやな。
オデッセイのナンバーワンは望みや。けどその望みがおらんようになっても今の客層を支えるホステスは十分揃っとる。ここにはホームランバッターは腐るほどおる。そろそろバントのできる選手が必要な時期なんとちゃうか。
それでうちの4番に対してあんたは何差し出すつもりや。
まずは手付けとして1000万。明日にでもうちの門に届けさせてもらうわ。
おお。
それだけやない。今うちで教育しとる新人、若い客層を狙って育てとった連中や。いわば将来の一番バッターっちゅうとこが。そいつらから好きなの何人でも持っていけや。
真島藩、あんたが目つけた秘族をこっちによこすと。
ああ、
So we're
そう
offering
こうしとろ
some
った将来
talent,
間
some
違いなしの
money,
連中やで。
ええんですか。
and like quite a bit of talent, it
敵に
sounds like.
死を送るようなもんです。
こっちは当面の売り上げが欲しい。その代わりあんたんとこには将来の売り上げを保証する。別にそっちだけが得をする話でもないで。
なるほ
This is
ど
a pretty
な。
balanced deal, all things considered.
あんたは顔に似合わず敵作らんとうまいことやる方法を知っとるらしい。これが真島五郎のやり方っちゅうわけか。
交渉成立ってことでええな。
ええでしょう。ただあんたんとことうちはライバルや。今日みたいなんはこれ限りにしてもらいましょうか。これからはうちも全力で勝ちに行かせてもらいますわ。覚悟はええな。
好きにせえや。さてと、ええ酒飲ませてもろうた。お勘定頼むわ。
勉強させてもらいましたからね。今日は私のおごりっちゅうことで。
そらごちそうさん。ほな。
Interesting. So we just cut a deal with a competing club. And a pretty reasonable deal at that.
ですか。ああ、なんとか引き抜き成功や。
いつもどうやってそんな。
ま、いろいろあんね。のぞみのシフトとか詳しいことは明日話すわ。
わかりました。お疲れ様です。
Hit up Sotenbori Street. The what now? Up this way then. Okay. There's gambling too. I think we tried blackjack last time. Did not go well for me. I lost a lot of money. Well, actually not that much because I didn't have much in the first place, but what little I had I lost. It was fun though. Don't go gambling. You always lose. On average, anyway. Like they say, 90% of gamblers quit right before they win it big. because no one can verify those numbers. Yeah? Okay, there we go. Oh, and down he goes. Wiped him. That was what I was planning on doing. Like, that's what I wanted to happen. I didn't think it would actually like, be in the game, but oh, that's crazy. I love it. Sending him for a swim. Come on, buddy, get up. It's an instant KO. You don't have to do any damage to him. You just send him over the edge. That's awesome. I love that. Like, yeah, look, another club. There's so many clubs here. I think there's a completion thing for doing this a certain number of times. Anything all that good. Oh. Howdy there, boys. Oh, Yakuza. Yeah, push this guy off and then we'll get the gun. Easy. Ooh, good money too. 200k. Hey, Leah. Welcome in. I can't go down that street. Wow. How are you tonight? Yakuza-ing hard. I mean, is there any other way to Yakuza? That's why these streams can't last more than 4 hours. You know, just wouldn't be good. Body sore. I'm sorry to hear that. Haven't you been mostly sleeping? Why's your body sore? Is it from sleeping too much? Damn. What kind of ass clown goes on a raid with a big honking sword like this, you moron? Got any daggers or guns, any normal weapons? Can't see the appeal of a Chinese broadsword? That's why I was hesitant to sell to you, brother. What is this guy doing?
Oh?
What the? I'm not even sure about the practicality of a sword like that. I mean, I guess they existed, but they weren't super common or loved. But I guess for visual appeal. So apparently they're gonna have to spar. Well, I hope you feel better, Leah. That sucks. I'm having the opposite problem. I don't sleep enough lately. I intentionally woke myself up early today so I wouldn't sleep in like really late. Trying to at least convince my sleep schedule to go a little bit closer to reasonable. Oh my god. Bro's getting his shit kicked in. Oh my god. 1 o'clock for the day. Yeah. You got this. just unlocked the weapon style. I think you'll manage. You'll find a way. You're good like that. It's a martial art I've ever seen, but he's got the other dude's sword looking like a damn chopstick. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter if you have a weapon if you're not very good at it.
Oh?
The staff you got's a way better weapon. I mean... So... The thing about a lot of weapons is they're only good in context. I feel like a stick compared to a sword, especially without training, is going to be better. You'll be more comfortable. Most people would be more comfortable with a club or something. Or a spear. A spear is a very simple weapon to use. As opposed to a sword. There's so many things you can do wrong with a sword, but it's really hard to swing a club wrong. And it would take you about 5 minutes to figure out what's right. You know, at least for the basics.
Huh?
This guy is super weird, though, for trying to give someone a freaking broadsword to go and, like, mug someone or whatever with. Bro is taking at least 2 steps at a time. Wild. Oh, we ran into old grandpa here. Oh, this guy knows the local arms dealer.
Sayo.
Oh, yeah, they're friends.
何やて?
He's right behind me, isn't he? Yeah, if I do, I have to take a test. Damn, we just got called out.
Yeah.
A baseball bat? Yeah, we're gonna fight this guy with a baseball bat, it looks like. I mean, he's just using a stick, so I mean, it's basically the same thing. And he says that's a piece of lumber. That's not a piece of lumber. Yeah, at least not that I'm aware of. I don't think I can just go to Home Depot and pick up a... What's that, an octagon. Whatever it is with 6. It's a six-sided piece of wood. It's meant as a club. It's a stick-like club, but it's a club. Hey, Tailgater. I'm doing pretty good today. I'm tired, but I'm okay. using a weapon, you're less likely to be staggered by an attack. Use a bat to protect yourself. Oh, okay. You do have to be facing the opponent. Good to know. Oh, that was like ridiculously easy. What? The slugger style is busted.
Ah.
So, we just fought this guy to impress him so that he would sell us weapons. We got Sophia and Bella. Well, hi, Sophia and Bella. This guy probably makes weapons.
Hi.
Yeah, Chinese restaurant. Gotta have a front.
うん。
はい。
Bespoke arms. Yeah, made to order. You know, back in the 80s, they had to sell their weapons to strange people. Now, you make a video about making it and post it on the internet, and then you can just sell it to some random person for probably 10 times what they would have charged back then when people were making weapons. Although, you know, legality is kind of important. Enlist a host of agents to locate weapons, gear, and other equipment. Oh, they can get all sorts of things.
Hi.
I feel like this guy is kind of exaggerating the whole process of making weapons, but at the same time, that's like the most Japanese thing you could possibly do. Is overdo making a weapon. I feel like that is very quintessential. Private arms lessons. Ooh. You're one slippery eel. That's a phrase. We're getting free food. Hey, it healed us. That's awesome. Bro in his little rain boots. Oh, he wants a favor. Oh, he wants us to keep an eye on them, make sure they're safe. Oh, Kameki's going off to train in the wilderness. Here, let's check this place out, see what exactly. Uh-oh. They're arguing over eggs.
What?
Best prices in the market in the next town over. Dang it. While you're there. Oh, okay, this is like a little guide. Forced by his wife to take on assignments as a weapons agent. He uses a large travel bag. I see. Yeah, a little tip makes them work harder, go further, that sort of thing, yeah. Okay. So the game will notify us, we don't have to, like, stress about it. That's pretty nice. I like that. Where are we headed now? Oh. Oh, we're going up. Okay. Oh.
What?
You're kind of intimidating, Majima. Maybe. Yeah, what is she standing out here for? Oh, let me check something real quick. Okay, cool. Wanted to make sure that the short was running. This ain't no place for kids. Get out of here. Go on, get. She's just gonna stand there? Have a good rest of the stream. We're off to find food. Oh, thank you for coming by, Akane. I appreciate it. I hope your food is good. And the rest of your day as well. Why are they all gathered around? It's like there's a ritual. Ooh, I think I got him. Wukun. I see. I can't even see what game that is. Oh, it's that one. Okay. We've done that one. No, have we? Maybe not. Hold on.
げるで。
Having a little too much fun there, Chris. Ah, my ear.
Get ready.
Oh, is your life's motto? There we go. Ooh, we're going. Ah. Virginia Cat made for me. I do owe you one, don't I? Let me finish this race. Or whatever I'm doing. Whoa. Oh, we're out of time. You're supposed to be able to get all the way out there? Holy smokes. This control's so weird. And it's kind of loud, actually. Ready to bust. Calm down. There we go. Get me out of here. Holy crap. My ears. Nothing else is that loud. Golly. What a that immersion. Yeah, I'm getting your ears blown out of the arcade. She ain't old enough to hustle. Simulating being at the actual arcade. Okay, but round one is not that loud. Alright? Arcades aren't that loud. That was loud. Grab the kid, shake down the parents. That's fucked up. Let's see if I have. I do. There you go. Yeah, round one is chill. I love round one. Oh, now I have to beat the crap out of them. Oh, she's smart.
Huh?
Little brat. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Did you see that massive hunk of a man who just disappeared into nothingness right behind me? Did you see that? Did you see the man? Holy crap, he was huge.
Huh?
What? Okay. Nobody calls me scum. I literally just called you scum, bro. Ow. You stabbed me. It's the old age. Nuh-uh, I'm sure I saw the guy. I think you all just shut your eyes for a second. He looks like a guy straight out of like Street Fighter or something. Look, we're sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking better be picking on a kid. She just witnessed 3 adults just beat the shit out of each other with weapons, and she's like, "Oh, thanks." Only 24? Brother's 24. Majima, what the fuck? You're 24? You look at least 30. Hi, Felix. Yeah, it's me at 24. You, Chris, specifically? Okay, so we want the kid to go home, which makes good sense. Was it? Do you need to see the feet or something, Chris? What's going on? What is that? My mom sent me some picture. I didn't actually get to see it, but I saw the preview. The legs. Ah, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The legs. You can see the thighs. She probably wants like a toy or something. Yeah, the doll. Red Chestnut the squirrel. And that red squirrel prize. Yeah. Feet is icky. I see, I see. I thought of something really like weird I could say just to gross everyone out, but I decided not to. He chatter zones me all the time. What? You mean chatter zones? You don't have a dad? Oh. That's sad. What? Also, what? You're grounded. Pack it up. What? I didn't say anything. They should just mean Felix, in which case, honestly, not the craziest thing. A Chestnut the squirrel doll, huh? That's my pager. Oh, something came in. Okay. We'll stop in here real quick. Pee in your shampoo? Oh my god, no. I'm not allowed to do that. I don't want any piss in my shampoo. Like, who gave you... Where did you get that idea? How did you come up with the concept for putting pee in the shampoo bottle? Where'd you even get that? Who gave you this idea? Why would you think that? Why would you even inject that into everyone's mind? That is like an option. Why have you done this? This is an old rundown place. I was just sneaking to the store despite suspicious looks. Mission went reasonably well. Okay. Oh, we got a dagger. Replace your shampoo with Nair. I feel like I would notice, but even if I didn't, what the fuck? I don't know which is worse. I don't know what to do with this. I don't want either, really. I don't want Nair in my shampoo. I don't want you to pee in my shampoo. Honestly, at this point, I think you just need to stay away from my shower entirely. I think that would be preferable. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with just at this point, just stay away. You're locked out. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I'd let you in the building going forward. Like you buzz up, I'm not letting you in. It's just, I'm sorry, but these threats make me think that you have intrusive thoughts that are very dangerous for the rest of us. You watch Tay as he showers. Ooh woo. How? How do you do that? And yeah, what are you listening to, Leah? I don't know. We're talking about Nair in the shampoo bottle. And piss in the shampoo bottle, apparently. You have your methods. I'm so sorry. She's in my walls. Yeah, apparently. Lead. Oh, great. Whoever would put Nair in my shampoo would get gutted. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's fucked up. At least as a guy, I could, like, get away with it, right? You know, being bald, that is. Flintstones. Reference. Wait, you're a guy? Yeah? I don't shampoo my hair every day, so I wouldn't notice until I did. Yeah, that would get you. Noted. Do not mess with Leah's hair. She'll actually just murder you.
Ah.
Oh, he forgot the eggs. I can notice since the bottle's clear. Oh, ain't you special? What is my mom texting me? Hold on. Hold on. Why is she laughing at me? What happened? What the fuck, Mom? Oh my god. Okay. Alright. I need you guys to hear this. You stop pissing in the shampoo. I do not live with my mother. Alright? I don't live with my parents. I have a thing for my hair that is like an 8-step care plan. Hot. You said hot? That's crazy. I shampoo my hair and that's it. It works great. I have lovely hair. Anyway, so my mom just texted me a picture of me that she took from a screenshot from the holidays when I talked to them over what's it called, FaceTime, just to see the kids open their presents and stuff, right? Because I couldn't be there. So she took screenshots because she hadn't seen me in a while, and I let my beard grow out just to see like where everything would grow in at and how it would look. I'm fairly certain I'm gonna get rid of the beard again. I'm gonna just trim it down to being very short. because I don't think it looks great. Share the screenshots, never. I don't face reveal. I like to keep my job. They always have good hair doing nothing. I swear to God, 90% of problems with hair come from messing with your hair and trying to make it better. Like, could my hair be a little bit silkier, a little bit smoother? Maybe. But it'll end up oily, most likely, if I try to condition it. I could probably condition it on occasion, and that might help. But on the whole, it would probably just throw something out of whack. If you have good natural hair, you just don't have to worry about it. And most people do. Most people do. Most of your hair problems can be solved by putting less heat onto your hair on the whole. Just don't heat your hair at all. Don't use a blow dryer. Don't use anything like that. And use water. Use water. Like if it's a bit frizzy, just use water. Don't use hairspray. Don't use all that other crap. Just keep it clean. Yeah, wash it. Yeah, make sure it's not too oily. That's it. That's all you have to do. It's super easy. It applies to women too. It's just once you do the damage, then you have to do the maintenance plan. Because now it's damaged. And you either have to wait for it to grow all the way back in, completely undamaged, you know, purely natural, or you have to start doing the maintenance to take over for what your body was doing. Now, once your hair gets to a certain length, you do want to condition past a certain length. It'll depend on your hair. Where it starts to get dry, then you condition. Pre-shampoo, shampoo, conditioner, leave-in conditioner, hair cream, and hair oil. Oh my god. You're telling me I would shower, take my wet hair outside, and let it freeze? No, I would avoid that. Dry it better. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, dry it with a towel. There's a reason a lot of women will use 2 towels, which is you dry your body and you do the first pass on your hair, and then you use the second towel to dry your hair more. I'm getting close to needing the second towel for my hair, because it'll still be like dripping wet even after I try to dry it. And yeah, blow dry is... it doesn't help your hair. I think a gentle blow dry without heat is fine. But when you like crank up the heat and you're like, I need to get this done fast, that does do damage to the hair. It just has to. It will. Your hair was not evolved to take 200-degree, air and be fine. Like that, it's not made for that. Not built for it. Your hair is also not really meant to be shampooed as we do. It's good that we do it, because otherwise you get dandruff, you get a dry scalp, that sorts of things. But you really want to focus on cleaning your scalp when you shower more than cleaning your hair, because that's where all the oil comes from anyway. So you're really not concerned about stripping the little bit of oil that may be on like the longer parts of your hair, right? Like that's not important. It should be there anyway. But you focus on scrubbing your scalp and massaging your scalp. Current shampoo says great for keeping my hair moist. I haven't had dandruff since. Yeah. Well, dandruff is its own. It's not what people consider it. That is dry scalp. If you're talking about just like the little flakies, that's literally just dead skin that just hasn't been scrubbed off yet. Dandruff is thicker, more oily, and it's not great. Never apply heat to my hair, but definitely need my hair mask once a month, since it's basically, if I do not watch out, I sit on it length. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, that's just dry skin. I mean, it's the same as, ashy elbows or, whatever. Anything like that. It's just dry. It's not a major problem. It's irritating though, and it doesn't look good, so. That usually means that you're not cleaning the dead skin off fast enough, because the skin and everything will oil and hydrate itself. I mean, as long as you're not dehydrated. But you do have to scrub that skin off. sit on my hair all the time. It hurts so bad. Hey, Frisky. I heard we were talking about hair, and so you stopped in, I see. Yeah, so anyway, my mom sent me the picture of me. Of course, I was looking down at my phone, and like I said, I hadn't trimmed my beard in a while. Normally, I keep it trimmed pretty short, but I figured I'm going to be working from home for a while. I want to find out, like, how does it look when I grow it in? It doesn't look awful. It doesn't look great, though. Honestly, I don't think it's very good. So, I'm going to trim it back. I just haven't done it yet. I want to give it a chance to, is it patchy? No, it's not really patchy. It just, it doesn't fill in fully on the sides. That's the first thing. It doesn't not cover my jawline. If it didn't cover the jawline, I wouldn't have even tried. But actually, I had kept the neck part of it, right? The neck portion of my, let me turn on some music while we sit here and yap. There we go. So like a Giga Chad chin. Not exactly. Just it's not very thick hair, right? So the beard is not very thick yet. Because all the neck, everything going up to the jawline, right, had been shaved for a while. So yeah, it's very thin. But I do have all that hair below that line. It's just not grown in yet. Boneless beard. Yeah, most beards are boneless. I don't know. I guess you could add bone to it, but I wouldn't. Yeah, so I'm still growing that in. I do want to see how far that gets before I beardless beard. Wow. I'm gonna add my bone to it. Oh my god, Chris. Yeah, I want to see how that looks once the neck part grows in some more. But if it still looks about the same, if it's not like more filled out and if it doesn't look better, I'm just gonna trim it back. It's fine. Like I'm not partial either way. I just thought it would be interesting to try it out. Hey, Dreamer. So that's what I'm doing. Get that Santa Claus type beard. I don't want to go that crazy. Right now, how it's looking actually is that a goatee probably wouldn't look awful. Thank you, Leah. The goatee actually grows in quite nicely. It's just the sides have to fill in more if they're gonna look nice. But like I said, I gotta wait. Anyway, so my beard's a little thin, and apparently, keep in mind, I had just woken up when I was talking to her on FaceTime with the presents and everything with the kids. So I was like, I just want to get this over with. I'm tired. I want to have my coffee and my food. I haven't even eaten. I just want to get this call over with. So I didn't get ready, But anyway, she took these screenshots of me, and apparently she sent them to my aunt or aunt, whichever you prefer. I use both interchangeably, but she sent them to my aunt, and she said I looked like I'm Amish. What the fuck? What? Especially say aunt. I've heard both. I've used both my whole life. They're the same thing to me. But yeah, apparently I look Amish because of the long hair and the scraggly beard. So the Amish basically, I mean, most of them they just let their beard be whatever it is. They grow out their beards. That's about it. So like whatever facial hair they have is usually what they run with. Color small six-legged creature. Well, that's an ant. That's an actual ant. Yeah. So she said I look Amish. And then my mom said, hold on, this is gonna break tracking, but I have to quote her. She said, and I quote, "I can't say that she's entirely wrong." Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Really appreciate it. Vute mom. Oh my god. Chad mom, get her on the channel. Oh my goodness. Listen, if I felt that I could trust my family not to end up doxing me, I wouldn't mind that idea. But they would 100% use my government name. And they'd probably say a bunch of things that they shouldn't. Tell her to send the pics to the Discord. I don't think she knows what that means. I'm the youngest, and the oldest is almost 10 years older than me. I'm not going to give you an exact number for obvious reasons. Luckily, my mom would never dox. Well, good for you. I don't think she'd do it intentionally, but she would talk about stuff, you know? Damn, you're still expired. What? Lucky, I don't got a mom. What do you... Huh? What do you mean, Chris? You don't... Why are you happy about that? I mean, I'm happy that you're happy, but... kind of... Okay, sure. Yeah, I assume that means old. I'd still put my lips on you. Oh, I see. It's like wine, finer with age. Well, yeah, let's not lie to ourselves. There is an age, probably somewhere around like 50 to 60, where no, it's downhill. It's more like a century egg. Huh? It's called a silver fox. According to some men who have a very specific interest, yes. That interest is usually money. But, you know, whatever makes you happy, I guess. Oh, let me check out my package again. Let's see. Did it get delivered yet? No, USPS is useless. Thank you, Postal Service. I'll have to put in a ticket tomorrow to get them to figure out where the hell my package is. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm not that old, but I'm not young either. I mean, I'm kind of young. It depends on what you consider young. What is young to you people anyway? To you youngsters? And yeah, don't forget your dailies there. Very important. You might get free merch. Anything below 16. What? 2016? Art. Huh? Anything below 16 is young? Are you sure? Anyone below 27 to me. So I'm old. Got it. Everyone's saying I'm old. My birthday's in a week. My birthday's in a week. I had almost forgotten about it. Called myself old. I know. I wasn't going to call you out, but... yeah, 1 week. Let's see. Is it exactly... it's exactly a week. 7 days from now. My god, Unk B-Day. Oh my... I still won't be 30, so... can't be that old. Like, 1 through 16 is children, 17 to 20 is young adult, 20 to 30 elderly, 30 to 40 is ancient, and 40 plus is oil. What? I get the feeling that Felix is like 19 or something. And feels like they're being really generous, but not actually. Fetus blocked. Oh my god. Anyway. Yeah. I'll be 29 in a week. Although if you ask me, I don't look a day older than like 24-ish. Because I don't go outside. I hate going outside. Who would do that? Anyway, I'm going to continue the plot here. We can keep chatting, but you look a day older than 60. Oh, thanks. That's just an insult, isn't it? That's just an insult. That's crazy. Well, depending on how you want to read it. He's definitely like 72. I was not there for World War II, okay? Wait, I'm doing the math. That would make me a boomer. Like, that'd be right after World War II. That'd make me a boomer. I'd have to be even older to have been there for World War II. But 72 would make me a boomer. That would mean that I have money. I should own a home. Where's my property? Where's my 15 properties that I bought in 2010? And I'm now renting out for exorbitant sums. Where are those? Where are they? Like, my net worth should be in the millions. What the fuck? Like, that's why I can't be 72. I would be doing well. I got to be part of one of the largest political cohorts to ever exist in America that got to define policy for the last 50 years, all for my benefit. Like, I should be doing pretty good. But in reality, I rent for, well, an exorbitant sum from someone older than me, who's in a job that requires less expertise than me, probably gets paid quite a lot more than me. I'm starting to think life ain't fair. My bad, Tad. Took them in our divorce. I don't recall marrying anybody. I don't think I've ever actually, at least in an official sense, dated anyone for a year. I don't think I've ever gotten that far. So, no marriage for me, not yet. Which is a prerequisite to divorce, of course. You trying to? Maybe one day. Damn, lonely, I mean, what? Listen. I ain't saying I didn't date. I'm just saying I didn't date for very long at a time. Back in high school, back in my day, I dated quite a bit. Most just lasted about 3 months. Since I got a shot, chat. Oh my god. Definitely not. No, I'm not one of those, Felix. I don't have that kind of situation going on. You should check out Frisky though, for totally unrelated reasons. Back in the ye old times. Oh my god. First time chatter roasting me. Holy crap. His college stories, he's def a man of the night. What? Wow, what? What, Chris? I just said you should check out Frisky. He likes femboys. Felix likes femboys. Frisky, whether he wants to admit it or not, gives off at least partial vibes. But no, I'm definitely not one of those. You're the only boy I want to fem up. That's sweet. Finding weapons, stranger? That's what I was in the middle of. We've been chatting. But welcome in.
Ah.
It's a fem I want a boy down. What? We gotta go get that chestnut for the kid. She said the red chestnut? We've talked about pissing in shampoo, hair treatment, nair, and putting nair in the shampoo as well. That's you brought that up, Felix. And how I'm not a virgin. I'm not. I assume they mean the pink one. I don't know how this is gonna go. It might work. No! Well, that's just not gonna work. Oop. Beep. I love these games, actually. UFO catchers, that is, and just arcade games like it. Try that again, maybe. Oh, there we go. Well, that... Oh, okay. It just made it worse. Dang it. And also, I want to say, what Felix listed there was all Felix. They say we. That was more. It was more like that should have been I. But you know, I think I'm cooked on this one. I think I have to reset. I need to talk to the staff to get a reset. I can't reach it anymore. Wonder if that'll do it. Oh, that does it, yeah. Oh, here we go. Tay can't be a virgin because he always loses. Wow. You're getting roasted today. Can't stay here too long, so my network is killing itself with error. I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. Thanks for stopping in either way. We appreciate you. He's always lewd. Okay. Alright. That's what you mean. I see. Oh, come on. Can I stay for like 5 seconds each time I want to watch it fully? Yeah, I understand what you mean. No worries. Okay, I'm gonna have to grab the blue guy first. Got awful luck here. Oh my god, they're like glitching out. Let's see if we can get this guy out of the way. Okay, well, he's out of the way. Or I can go for the one in the back, I don't know. We'll keep trying this one. We've been working it long enough. Oh my goodness. I just can't win. These ones are hard to get. Let's see how this goes. No! Dang it! Please. This is going so poorly. Come on. Oh my god, the other squirrels are always getting in the way. Grr. Alright, Buster. You're out of here. I'm knocking you over. There we go. That might help. Maybe. Come on. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they call that red. That's more pink, but you say so. I feel like, what do you mean by you know? I'm gonna need an explanation on that. How do you know? How do you know I'm always loose? How would you know that? That's my first question. Second of all, no. Keep it for myself. So I loosen it up every night for you. You do. News to me. How are you doing that? Bah, fine here. It's like fine. They're being flirted with and he's flustered. I don't... That's a new one. I've never... How do I put this? I'm not used to how men flirt with other men. I'm used to being the one flirting with a woman. That's my usual interaction, right? Where I'm the one saying things, and usually they're not even half as outlandish as that. Like, I'm just not used to how forward everybody is, you know? The Riz game has changed. Not the woman flirting first. Ooh, woo. Not flirting. Usually you get signals, right? And then you respond by flirting. Are you a bowling ball? Because I can have 3 fingers in you at once. Alright, have a wonderful night, Tailgater. Thanks for stopping in. Signals, yes, yes. Yeah, they're not quite like flirting, but they're basically saying, I want you to flirt with me. That's a signal. I'm like, hella straightforward. Showing like extra interest, laughing a little bit too much, things like that. And then you try a very light flirt to see where that goes, and if they're responsive to it, not just accepting of it, not just tolerating it, but like, you know, they have fun with it and they like it, then you proceed from there. So it's fun talking to you. I appreciate your company as well, Tailgater. Okay, what if you're just funny though? Like that, I laugh often. That's the signal, right? That like you have a chance. Because listen, Chris. If you find a man utterly repulsive that you would never date him, would you really like laugh excessively at his jokes? No. You might laugh at them, but you won't laugh louder than everybody else in the room. See, there's a level of these things, right? A good signal would be, you know, let's give it let's give Discord as an example. You're in a voice chat with like 10 people or whatever. We're gonna hit the like button. Thank you, Tailgater. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's say you're in a conversation in Discord. You're chatting with a bunch of new people, right? And someone tells a joke. A guy, let's say for your example, right? Some guy tells a joke, and you think this guy's like really cute and interesting and funny. You're gonna laugh, yeah, but you'll probably laugh even more, than you normally would. Whereas some other guy you're not really all that interested in, you don't find him interesting at all, tells a funny joke and you'll just laugh normally. The signal to pick up on there is the difference. If you laugh at everyone really hard because you just think everything's funny, there's no signal there. That part isn't the signal. You'd have to look for something else. It's vibes, basically. There's no science to it, but like it's just you notice things and then you go off of those. Hey, Revenge. How's it going? You made me yellow? Just sub? Thank you. Appreciate it. I think Twitch fixed itself slightly right after I said something about it. Oh, good. I made him piss yellow. Thanks, Felix. Honestly, I'm not even upset. I'm just happy that people are using that redeem. I worked really hard on that, and it doesn't get used much. Oh, thank you for the bits. Appreciate it. Perhaps I just haven't noticed myself doing that. I do hang around and try to be near people I like more. That's all I got. Yeah, no, I mean, those are all like... You pick up on a bunch of different things like that, you know? Good conversation and all that sort of stuff. Pushes you in that direction. I think that's how most like straight guys who are respectful and not weirdos about it interact with women. But I also think that there are like a lot of reasons we have to kind of tiptoe, and it's exhausting, I'll admit. Like, it's a pain in the ass. It would be way more fun, I think, for everybody involved if right, people would never take it the wrong way. They do. What were we talking about while I was gone? We're talking about relationship stuff. Not like dating, but like flirting, how people flirt and you know, engage. I was saying, like, I've noticed there's big differences between how I, as a guy, would flirt with a woman and how basically everyone else would flirt. Any other combination seems to be a lot more forward. I wouldn't call it an art. It's the vibe. The vibe of flirting is more appropriate because it's really all just like, you got to learn how to pick up what other people. It's really socializing, right? Because all of these, all the skills that come with this, all of the social awareness and noticing little things and whatnot, all has to come from just experiencing being around people. You can't read a book and suddenly get amazing at flirting. Unless you already had a lot of the baseline skills and you just maybe weren't applying. You'll just never get taught how to flirt, instead tossed into it. Yeah, exactly. But you kind of have to. I mean, there's no guide for it. You just gotta figure it out. Stumble through it a little bit. Make yourself look a little bit like an ass, and that's okay. You're allowed to do that. Or at least you should be allowed. I hate that people will take like an awkward interaction. You know, someone says something that honestly it's a little inappropriate. But they're not being malicious, they're not being creepy, like they're not threatening you. But, you know, maybe they're being a little bit, you know, a little weird about it or something. They don't know what they're doing. Then that's just like, okay, well, don't shame them on the internet, please. Like, that's just not the place for it. I know it's funny. Share it with your friend, you know, your best friend. Be like, look at this message I got. That's fine. You know, have your little laugh. You're not going to harm them doing that. But if you go and post it on like Twitter or something, or you go and tell the whole college campus or something, like don't do that. Don't do that. It harms society genuinely, because that person needs to get the feedback that like, dude, that was weird. Don't do that. You don't have to date that person. I totally understand if you're like, not dealing with it, but at least give them the feedback. That like, hey man, that wasn't cool. People don't do that so much anymore. Now it's like, if you overstep a boundary, it's always the first thing you say, is it nice tits? I'll be fine. You know, honestly, same. If you approach me and just say nice tits, that's probably not going to work out. Mainly because I lack tits. That's the first problem with that. But otherwise, also kind of weird, kind of creepy. But most people don't try to be creepy or anything. Usually, it's just like a really bad pickup line or something. People genuinely who don't know how to socialize. And it's just like, I don't really know Tails are nice tits, thanks. Made them myself. The jacket color is so garish, I never noticed the turtleneck until just now. Yeah, I'm not even looking at this, really. I'm looking at chat, but yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe hit in the face with directness, but even then you can't tell if they be honest. Mind if I hold your tits, king? I don't have a toggle to take the armor off right now. Otherwise I would have said, here you go, and then turned my chest plate off. Just toggled it off, that would have been funny. But I don't have that right now, so you'll just have to imagine that I did that. The thing is, a lot of flirting, I think, should go over your head if you're not looking for it. And that would be the response signal, right? That you're not looking for it and you're not interested in it. I think it's maybe not great if it goes completely over your head and you have no idea that they're flirting with you, because that gets problematic if they don't realize that they're not, that you're not being receptive to it, then they need to like chill out. I'm so used to people calling the Twitch soundboard tits that I forget the other tits sometimes. Oh, the Twitch integrated throwing system. I don't like that, actually. I like the idea, don't get me wrong. I like tits. Both of them. But all three of them? Anyway. I like the software. However, it runs like crap, and I mean it runs like crap. I've considered quite seriously trying to take on a project of creating my own version of it for $0 that would do it better, because it runs so poorly that there has to be a better way. Good sir, perchance, may I assist you in you relieving yourself in the laboratory by holding it for you, king? Well, that's crazy. And I think I'd pass. I don't think I could. I'm very shy. All right, I'm very shy about that. No, you can't hold it. No one can hold it. I can't do that. That just won't work for me. Someone on the internet had to learn to be wary of it. No, absolutely you do. Guys are weird. Guys are awkward. If you're reeling them, why not let them hold it? It's just weird to me. I don't know. This boulder seemed to have caused you back pain, but I lifted you off your feet. Oh my goodness. You know, it's important that you be able to pick them up. I think it's unfortunate, I should say, that like in high school and things like that, it seems that men have been, boys I suppose, we're talking about high school, middle school, have been discouraged from, how should I put this, courting behavior, that is, you know, flirting, trying to date, that sort of thing. In a, let's not say casual, I guess, but like a more experimental nature, right? Like, I think that should be fine, but also, you know, there has to be the understanding that, like, you're gonna get rejected, dude. It's gonna happen. Eventually. I got rejected a lot in high school. I think because sex is more pushed and desensitized that the art of flirting is dying. Well, I think that doesn't help. You're right. But I also think that the whole, like, being afraid of being cringe, essentially, the fear of being cringe, and being, you know, having that shown to other people, and being embarrassed, having it posted on the internet, I do think that's doing damage to it as well, because, like, the risk is so much higher, you know? It's like being a freak, so Tambori, Mr. Libido is, like, actually pretty chill. Oh, is that the guy who was doing that dance in the in the entranceway of Odyssey? Is that who I saw? Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, I would imagine he's pretty chill. But, I mean, you gotta be pretty chill to be out there doing stuff like that and not be utterly despised. But, yeah, I don't think any of that's helping. I think the only way for that to be resolved realistically, right, is for women to be more engaged, you know? You know, more flirtatious themselves, less waiting. And I think that the transition between like men being very forward and, you know, being very awkward, to kind of more of a mix, more of a gentle approach, let's say, to dating, is hopefully where that's headed. I hope it's not headed towards just they just don't date anymore, because that would be bad. Just because you need the experience. You have to know what you do and don't like. It all started with the he's aggressive because he likes you. I mean, sometimes that's true in a way. It depends what you mean by aggressive, though. You know? There are, like me, people who will bully the people they like. But it's a very specific kind of bully. You know, you can ask any of my friends. I give them crap all the time. But I want them to be better people. You know, I will pick on them for the things they can fix. Practically. And I won't harp on it. I won't repeat it every single day. But, like, you know, when Frisky plays a game, like Fortnite, and refuses to learn how to use mouse and keyboard and then performs poorly and gets frustrated, I will note that, yeah, it's kind of his fault. Because I want him to be able to enjoy more games that require, maybe not require, but heavily encourage mouse and keyboard use. There are quite a few. And there are great games that you can use a controller for. Yakuza is a good example. So is Armored Core. One of my favorite games, actually my number one, Armored Core 6. You play that on a controller. You do not play that on mouse and keyboard. You can, but don't do it. It's not very good. Similar to like a Souls game. But that's because the game is built for controller. Everything about it works for controllers. A game like Call of Duty, it can work on a controller with heavy aim assist. But if you want to do like really well, in Call of Duty, your mouse and keyboard. And honestly, I think once you're decent with mouse and keyboard, it is easier in shooters. Unless the auto aim is insane. Like that's the only time when a controller will be better, is if the auto aim is crazy cranked. Otherwise, mouse and keyboard. And I just wanted to be able to enjoy more things. He's very resistant to it though. Well, you're on console too, Chris, so that obviously, I mean, unless you're gonna play like a real-time strategy, which, you know, if you haven't really tried them, I do recommend. But you'd want to plug in a mouse and keyboard for that because it's a strategy game. You can't. It's controller, that's going to take you 5 years to do anything. The menus just aren't built for it. Kind of like how Armored Core isn't built for mouse and keyboard. It's just not, you know, it's not a compatible game type, generally. Oh, actually, question for you. You seem to know a lot about Yakuza. I tried using my mouse and keyboard for the baseball game, and it hated me. I could not hit anything. I mean, I was hitting the balls, right? But I wasn't able to actually get them on target. Is there like a trick to that? So I get the disclaimer that I'm awful at aiming at any shooter. That's fine. I think for someone like Frisky, who is a little bit competitive, he pretends not to be. He's a little competitive. He wants to do well. It would be good for him to learn, you know, the optimal control system, essentially. The main thing that actually brings down controller users, especially when they're not only playing against other controller users, is turn speed. You'll notice when we play Fortnite that when we come up against other people in close quarters combat, it is so difficult to use a controller for that. The Yakuza 3 and 4 baseball specifically, there's much more stuff in KT? Stuff in it? Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it seems to not work here. If you use mouse and keyboard for it, it'll like intentionally miss. There's like some mechanic that's just not adjusted for it. Anyway. Yeah, so on the dating thing, just to finalize that, it seems to be a dying art. And to do it correctly, I can count on one hand probably the times that I've actually like really tried to flirt with a woman and she was definitely not interested. Like I wouldn't start prior to that, you know? even if things didn't go anywhere, there was at least like a baseline interest properly. And then, you know, it went from there. And maybe we decided at some point that, like, nah, it's not a good match. But at least there was some chemistry. And, you know. So I think the skill of picking up when it's time and when it's not is the most important. To kind of follow through on that. I have hot tea, comfy. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I had some decaf coffee before stream. Had it with dinner. I made pork chop for dinner. It was pretty good. When I hear courted, I'm just imagining men doing stupid bird dances or whatever. Yeah, you want to be courted properly. The thing is, I don't think there's very many guys who want to do all that. I'll be blunt. I don't do most of the things that I think most women who want to be like fully courted and everything would do. I'll be blunt. I'm not taking you out to a $500 dinner. I'm just not. That's like a 5-year anniversary kind of thing. That is not a I just met you kind of thing. Bluntly put, you know, like that's a really special kind of thing, especially from like the family I come from. We're very stingy with the money. You know, we pinch our pennies. We do. Oh, controller disconnected. It's because I'm not using it. Turned itself off. Yeah, no one got time for a let's meet at fancy restaurant number 5. Yeah, no, I'll sooner bring you out somewhere, you know, fast casual kind of place, you know? Cozy home dinner and movie. Yeah, something like that. You know, stay in or go somewhere that's like reasonably priced. It's nothing crazy. Good food. Good food is good. Nothing against that. You know, local restaurant that, you know, a dine-in, nice place, but nothing extravagant. That's all fine, you know. But like you'd never catch me bringing you anywhere expensive. Probably unless you really want to go and it's, you know, it's for a special occasion. Just a planned date. I don't think I've ever like planned quote unquote a date. I've gone on dates, but it was usually just like, yeah, we'll just go somewhere, you know, do whatever, hang out, lunch or early dinner if anything. But I may take a cafe date. Oh. Yeah, no, I've been like, yeah, we'll just go watch a movie or something and hang out after. We just kind of go from there. I think I've had one coffee date ever. I think the problem with a coffee date is that it means that I have to get out of the house before I'm drinking coffee, and I only have one coffee a day. Movies for a first date is no bueno. Only if it's only movies. I don't think I ever went on a date that was just a movie. We would go do other things, hang out, eat something, then go to a movie. Like that was the final step, right? You go to the movie at, you know, 6 or 7. Sorry for all the brain rotted people out there. But you know, you meet up at like 1 just after lunch, right? So you hang out for a while, have dinner. You know, maybe at Wendy's, but you have dinner, and then you go to the movies. Of course, I say go to Wendy's, but I'm thinking of, you know, being 17 and having no money, basically. But this isn't the plan, right? This isn't how you plan it. This is just how it ends up going. Because you start out with, let's hang out. You meet up, you hang out for a while. Say, okay, let's grab food. And then after that, you say, hey, you want to go see a movie? Like, it rolls. There's no plan there. I say cafe eggs doesn't necessarily mean coffee. Just want the atmosphere. Yeah, no, I get you. Thoughts behind that, the intention. I understand that. But I think I've just never done that. I don't think I'd want to, honestly. To be very blunt, I don't think I would. Because it kind of locks you in. And then, you know, you get to the theater and it's crowded as hell. And neither of you actually want to do it anymore. But, oh, we made plans. We got to do it. Like, oh, that's a pain, isn't it? I like the flexibility of just a time slot. And then you kind of wing it from there. Maybe you have some ideas. You know, you start with something and then you just kind of play it by ear. I find that that ends up being more interesting. You know, if you want to go somewhere specific, again, that's fine. I think I went on one date that we went to a specific mall like an hour away, but we didn't have any specific plans when we got there. I'm sure she had things in mind and I had some things in mind. And we both just kind of went from place to place and, you know, just hung out. It's nice. So, you know, some vagueness in the plan, I think, actually adds something to it. It's kind of one thing I appreciated from my previous was the planning he did. It was nice to have it set down. Okay with flexibility, but at least have a plan. I value my time. Yeah, I get that. I totally understand that. I think usually my plans would be where to start, what might happen, you know, some options, and then a time to be home. A time to be home is actually very important to me because I find it's really easy to drag something on, and you know, after a certain time, some people get a little annoying, a little irritating. It might be me. I might be the annoying one, you know? I don't want to make someone feel like they're not going to get home till, you know, 2 a.m. You know, unless they really like beg me to hang out longer, then that, you know, that'd be fine, right? But you know, sticking to a schedule for the time, I think is pretty valuable. Also discourages people from making bad decisions, mainly with their sleep schedule. That was usually my concern, was like, well, I don't want you to stay up till 3 a.m. and then have to wake up at 5. Like, that's fucked up. Don't do that. So if I say I'll have you home by 10, then I have you home by 10, and that's fine. You know, it's not gonna be a problem for you. So, yeah. But no, I'm not a very plan heavy person. I think the most I've planned anything that I've done, that was like just a social thing, not like when I moved. Obviously, I had a very thorough plan because I'm moving across the country. That's a bit of a thing, right? So there's that. But for social stuff, I think the most planned thing I did was going to a nearby city after I moved here. Went there with some friends who came up to visit, and we planned most of it. And by most of it, I mean, like, we had a short list of things we might do and might go see, and I think we ended up doing most of them. I showed them the round one. We have, like, one of the worst round ones here. Honestly, it's tiny, and it sucks. They have, like, some of the oldest, most outdated things there for most stuff. The prizes, at least, are kind of up to date. There's nothing crazy cool or fun there, unfortunately, for prizes, but at least, like, it's the current stuff. But, like, I've been to other ones, they have way cooler stuff. And, yeah, so there's that. Well, we went there anyway, just so I could show it to him and be like, look at this place. Compared to the other ones, it's nothing. I was telling you guys. We went to a few other places. I don't want to dox where I live, so I can't really talk about where I went, but we got lunch. Lunch was really good. Saw, like, some historic areas, that sort of thing. Saw the water. The port, if you will. Not sure if it's a port or a bay or whatever. You know. Bowling is solid. Well, round one has bowling. And arcades are expensive. The thing is, I don't mind spending money on a date. But I've never, ever had food that was worth $500. Or sometimes more. If you go to, like, Atlantic City and you go to, what's it called? The Hard Rock Cafe or whatever, it is genuinely ridiculously expensive. Like, there's no way to make sense of the prices they charge other than, well, it's the Hard Rock. You know, one of those things where it's purely, like, reputation based. And I don't even think it was the Hard Rock, 'cause my brother was telling me. Round one has pool too, yeah. No, you can spend a lot of time there and not spend a ton of money. It's a Hard Cock? No, Hard Rock. The letter R. The Hard Rock Cafe or whatever. Special place in Atlantic City. I don't even think it was the Hard Rock, though. It was some other place. I'm just teasing. Oh, okay. I thought maybe you actually misheard me. But, yeah, they went to one of those fancy restaurants, and the only way that he was able to pay for it was that he had won some money gambling at the casino. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pay for that. And he was like, you know, you could get the same stuff for like $100 at, you know, at a nice restaurant, just not one with massive, you know, overpriced stuff. But you know, you can go to a fancy restaurant, fancy in my terms anyway, and you know, pay way less. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, no, not worth it. Whenever date shows me red flags ASAP. It really depends on what red flag you're looking for, right? And what green flags are you looking for, too? Like, what are things that are important to you but may not be important to everyone that are positives? Because it really depends. I'm trying to think. I don't really look for red flags. I'm awful about that. My dating history is littered with awful women. Like, I'm just gonna be blunt. Like, half of them were probably awful. For one reason or another. Quite a few of them were lovely women, though. Like, didn't work out, but I wish them the best. They were very nice people. As far as I know, all the ones that I think are, you know, were good people are doing quite well. I don't have a list off the top of my head for either at the moment. I value punctuality for starters. Yeah, I'm chronically late. But I'll be blunt about it. If it's something important, I won't be late. But if everything has informed me that the person or the people or the place or whatever doesn't care if I'm 5 minutes early or 10 minutes late, I'm going to show up 10 minutes late. I'm nowhere near as bad as my father. My father will be an hour late. I show up as late as I think I can get away with. You know, within reason. And I usually aim to be on time, but I end up being late. Just how it goes for me. I'm very bad with my time management. But like, if there's something important in the morning at work, I'll be there. You know? Because I gotta cross stay up list. Well, you know, it is what it is. If I'm not at the venue at least 5 minutes before the time, I'm stressed, and 5 minutes is still too close. It's mildly neurotic. I'm going to be blunt and just tell you that is. I think you're just a little bit, and that's fine. You're allowed to be. There's nothing wrong with being a little neurotic, but it is. It is, especially if you don't have booked reservations. If you have reservations, that's very different. But if it's the kind of thing where being 5 minutes late really doesn't matter, then I would think that, like, yeah, it's whatever, you know? Also, coming from the guy who has been stood up and has had to wait over an hour sometimes. So, you know. It also depends on why, you know. I'm flexible. I can be flexible about, you know, well, why are you late? Oh, okay. You know. But I'm more concerned about, you know, why it has to be really solid. Yeah, so yeah, no, Chris is just neurotic. Chris is just a very, I don't know, Chris, are you controlling? Do you need people to do exactly as they say? Exactly as you expect? Is that where we're getting here? Anyway, we made this kid happy by giving her a stuffed animal. Uh-oh. She's gonna try to hook us up with her mom. You have a script in my head? I do struggle at improv because of it. Yeah. Yeah. Some flexibility might help you out. And you know what? Mark my words, Chris. You're gonna end up with a man who is always a little bit late. I just know it. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. It's just gonna happen. That's who you're gonna fall in love with. I've known so many couples. It's like a 99% guarantee. It's not going to be so bad that it drives you up a wall to the point that you're like, you can't stand it, but it's gonna nag at you for like the rest of your life. It's gonna happen. No, it's not. You're not gonna be that 1%. Listen, I'm just telling you, every single couple I know that is functional and does well and is happy together always has that like little thing. I'm sure Chris doesn't have like autism or ADHD or other stuff. I don't know. Probably. I mean, friends with me, you know? VTuber. I feel like all these things are really pointing in a direction. Undiagnosed as far as I know. You know, it's you know, that's been, I mean, my mother, right? My mom, she loves to be on time. She hates being late. Like I said, my father, if you don't do anything about it, he will be an hour late to everything. Unless he just so happens to already be ready, look at the clock and go, oh, I guess I should leave. That does happen. He does occasionally just show up on time. But if it's under his control, he's usually not going to be on time. An hour is probably an exaggeration. He's usually like 5 to 15. But if there's anything else to like slow him down even more, it'll go from 15 minutes to like an hour. Like if he has to bring the kid, you know, my nephew, if he has to drag my nephew along, oh, it's over. Maybe a bit more clear, right? Okay, casual outings, it's like you get a 10-minute grace time, but to events on time, or you're banned. That's crazy. Yeah, I think... Actually, I know Chris is going to end up with someone who's like right on the edge of that. It's just going to happen. Local cyborg beats up people in Japan for $5. $5! I'm not perfect, I'm late usually because I underestimate how fast I can doll myself up. So here's the thing for me too. If it's early in the day, I will be late. But if it's later in the day, if it's anywhere past like 3 o'clock, I will be on time. Within 5 minutes. Give or take, you know, traffic and things like that. I usually don't leave a ton of spare time. I don't want to be there 15 minutes early. I really don't. I'm going to aim to be 5 minutes early, and then I'm going to end up, you know, probably on time or 5 minutes late, or 5 minutes early if traffic's great. You know, it depends. Somewhere in that range, though. It depends. But if I have to wake up early, oh, no. No, I'm going to be late. I am late most days to work. Thankfully, they don't care. Just have to be on time to class, or else we get docked on points. I'm on my punctuality mode. Oh, yeah, no, if there's consequences, I'll be on time, usually. Yeah, I mean, I see Itsuka, but I'm not on mobile, so. It might be like a cache thing on your mobile app where it still thinks you're just a normal mod. But yeah, no, it's, it varies for me. But no, like, I genuinely think Chris is going to end up with someone who's always late. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And you're gonna spend the rest of your life telling him, oh, we're gonna be late. We're already gonna be 10 minutes late. Hurry up. Like that's gonna be you. If you're lucky, it won't be you forever. You'll eventually train him, and he'll start being on time. If you're lucky. My mother has not been lucky. He's gotten better, but... Ouch, Chris jinxed himself with the latest guy ever. That's what I'm saying, right? Opposites attract quite often. The green flag communication, which you'd think is normal, but you'd be surprised. But confirming plans the morning of the date is something I'd like. I will say, if that's something you want, you have to ask for it. Don't be one of those, well, they should have. Don't do that. Don't be that person. Don't be the unspoken expectations person. Because there are so many people, and I mean so many, who need you to spell things out for them. Is it not common sense? No. Because you made plans. If this is what most people assume, right? This is what a normal person will assume with any plan, right? Is I made a plan, I will be there. Now, if you have anxiety about that, what you should do, there's a couple options, right? Like if this is going to be a normal thing and you're going to always expect this, you just tell them straight up, say, hey, I need you to do this. I will also text you. I will call you, whatever, right? I will confirm with you and I need you to answer. It'll be in the morning, like way before you have to like be out the door. And I'll check with you and I just need you to confirm. Okay, sound cool? Great. Or just do it straight up, you know. If you're supposed to meet at noon, text me at 8 in the morning and say, hey, just want to check. And that's fine. You're allowed to do that. That's a-okay, you know. There's a chance that they might be like super busy with something else all morning and then they don't even look at their phone. There's that risk. That is a risk you run. But you want to make sure expectations are clear. That's like one of the most important things you can do in terms of communication is setting clear expectations. Because anything else is kind of just asking for a problem. Well, the thing is, they have to do the same back to you, right? In my mind, yeah. Dating advice with VTuber playing Yakuza is not what I expected tonight. Listen, I'm full of surprises. I love yapping. If I can yap, I will. I've paused just about every game that I can possibly pause to yap. We played a game about, what was it? It was city building for rats. It was called Ratopia. I probably spent half of it just yapping about unrelated things. That's what I do. But yeah, that's probably the biggest lesson I learned from dating and a lot of like horror stories of dating that I went through. Yes, is that communication is very important. It is like the best way to avoid problems, you know? And when there are problems, if you've done a good job of communicating, it's not your fault. You don't have to feel bad, you know? You can say, well, they didn't want to do the thing. They didn't listen, they didn't do that, and that's all I can do, right? And a lot of the time, you know, if I communicate my expectations to someone, right, and they don't actually want to follow through on those, they don't care enough to do them, my expectations are very low. I should be clear on that. Like, I'm not going crazy. Usually it would be like, you know, hey, I don't know. I'm trying to even think of one. I don't know. I'm way too flexible on all these things. Where like I really don't care as long as you show up. You can text me or not text me. You can like whatever. Just very basic stuff. Like if you're literally not gonna show up, then let me know. You know, if you're running hours late and you can text me, I would appreciate it. But these are all like that's all really basic stuff that I do think at that level, like if you're going to be super duper late or whatever and you have the opportunity, that makes sense, right? I don't think those are things that I have to say. If they didn't do it the first time, I would just tell them, like, hey, next time, could you? But take up your standards on. I have standards. They're just not on, like, little things like that. You know, it'll be like... How do I put this? Maybe not standards. I have preferences. Preferences and interests. And if those things don't really align, then that's obviously not good. He has expectations? Some. Nothing too crazy. Red flag and green flag risk tomorrow, perhaps. Seeing the list will help me. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, like, a red flag for me would be being, like, really loud. not just loud, but like really loud, like getting really either angry or like really super overexcited. You know, anything that's so loud it hurts my ears, basically. Because if that's how they are normally, it's not going to work for me. I'm a very chill, low energy kind of guy. Getting excited sometimes is great, but like if that's your everyday, that's just not going to work. So, yeah. If you're going to be on Tay's list, Chris, you are not that excitable. Calm down. Although it's funny the way I said that. Anyway, yeah, you're not constantly screaming. Red flag is I'm having the most nose-burning perfume or whatever. Oh god, yeah, that would actually be a problem. Damn, you said I don't get him excited. That's not what I said. The biggest possible green flag? Oh gosh. That's hard. The biggest green flag. God, that's difficult. Well, I'm a yapper, so the biggest green flag in general, right, for me, would be that someone actually wants to hear me just go on and on and on about whatever weird thing I'm interested in currently. Emotionally intelligent? Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think more personally. But yeah, no, that's a good one. Emotional intelligence. Sensitivity. I think emotional sensitivity. Not oversensitive, but being sensitive enough to empathize, understand, and listen. Basically need someone who's willing to listen and not be annoyed by it. Yeah. Yeah. Not all the time. Just when I need to just talk about something. I think another very like personal green flag would be someone who doesn't get like easily upset just because of like, how do I put this? I talk through things. Things I don't even have to necessarily agree with what I'm thinking about, but I will either verbally or in my head. Either's fine. But if they want to hear these things, they have to not get angry at me over them, because I will talk through like why something political or something happens and try to like work out logic in my head for like, well, why are these things happening in the world? Even if I don't like them, don't agree with them, things like that. So someone who's like, how do I put this? I guess the red flag would be over involvement in politics, like emotional involvement. Logical involvement's fine if you want to analyze it and look at it, I think, because that's what I do. But I try not to get like worked up, because I mean it just doesn't do anything for you, right? It just works you up. It doesn't achieve anything. You know, I've talked to people who I very vehemently disagree with. To talk about politics, I'm out. Well, it depends on the politics, right? Like what I'm saying here is I just try to figure out why things are happening in the world. That can be politically charged, but I'm not crazy deep into the politics of it. Like I'm not telling you to vote for it. Like I don't worship the politician. Oh God, yeah, no, that's worshiping politicians is weird. Thinking that they have good ideas is totally fine. You're allowed to have opinions, of course. But like, if you worship the ground they walk on, it's kind of weird. Ultimate green flag for me is to adapt to the vibe when I want to yap. Like, for example, me and my sister can be like, okay, I need you to react to this, and boom, we're locked in. No further elaboration, just I need you to sync with me. I don't think I quite get that, but I don't have siblings that are quite like that, you know? My siblings are all much older than me, so. I don't really have anyone that I'm that close with. Haven't had anyone like that in years, so I'm not quite sure I get it. But you know, I think I understand the idea. Politics I find such a tough subject, makes me uncomfortable. I have friends who go hard, and I just sit there like, yeah, okay, smile and nod. Your siblings are 50? No. However, My oldest sibling is getting close to 40, so, you know, get a more informative example, explain it better. Okay. Yeah, no, it's, being an ideologue would be a problem for me. You said much older, so once again, just teasing. I know. Don't worry, I know you're teasing. Everyone here teases me. I also tease everyone else, so it's, yeah, it's all fair. All fair game. I'm cool. Cool with that anyway. Sometimes people go a little bit weird with it, and it's kind of like, oh, okay. The general thing is, if I'm bringing tea, I'd like the tea to be received the way it should, like match my freak, basically. Okay. I think I kind of get it. Yeah, I don't react emotionally to a lot of things, and I think that kind of upsets people. I think that's my biggest, like, red flag that's not really a red flag. Like a fake flag. It's a false flag. It's like, you can show me something that's really funny, and I'm just, like, stone cold face to it. Like, I'm just not in a mood for it, so I just can't react. I can't force an emotion through. Like, I don't... Like, you can show me it, I'll be like, that's really funny. And I need you to believe me that I actually think it's funny. I'm just not capable of laughing right now. I have issues. Let's put it that way. A bit of major depression, a little bit of bipolar, a little bit of anxiety. Sometimes I just can't. I just can't. It kind of sucks. I've had streams like that. I mean, I try not to show it as much. I try not to, like, dwell on it. I don't want a pity party, you know? I don't think anyone does. It's kind of weird. If people are like, oh, poor baby, like, yeah, we all go through shit, man. But I'll have times like that where I'm just, like, just not in it, you know, not emotionally available. And I can't control it. It's not a choice. You know, I'm not just too focused on something else. I'm literally just, like, I'm dead inside for a day or two. Usually it's not that bad, but, you know, here and there. Will one day, unknown to you, run you through a trail of Match My Freak to see the stone coldness you're talking about? My friends are dead. Push me to the... Oh my god. It'll happen. It'll happen. If you catch me in a voice channel, right? Like in Dem server, we hang out pretty often in there. If you catch me in there and I'm on an off day, which lately I've had a lot of off days. I've been really out of it. Just like mentally not there. Also because I've been tired. I've been so exhausted the last like 2 weeks. It's rough. So like I'm not even mentally there. Forget about emotionally available. I'm not mentally available. But like if you catch me in any kind of state like that, unless it's like really funny, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, okay. I mean, I'll listen, I'll pay attention. I just may not be able. Is the season of overexhaustion? I feel like it is. I feel like everybody is. I don't feel like I'm the only one here. I really don't. Like, I'll be blunt. My stream and a lot of other people's streams have been dead. Like chat-wise, it's been pretty low volume, let's say, compared to the usual, and compared to what it will be, I'm sure, in like a month. You know, like that's. I feel like everyone's just kind of exhausted, and everyone's kind of getting back from the holidays and figuring all that out. What's going on in America? I think, and I'll use this to get on a soapbox about this. On the politics thing, I think there's also, with the over-involvement in politics, you can also have over-awareness of politics and events, and overdoing your personal investment in what is happening in the world. If you don't control it, it's not your fucking problem. I mean, it might be made into your problem, but it's not your problem. You know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to do about what the powers that be are doing? Nothing. Yeah, shit's fucked. And you're done? Well, that's your choice. But it doesn't help you. Being miserable is, for a lot of people, not actually a choice. I don't really love that. I don't love people say it's a choice, but you can make a lot of decisions that are better for your mental. Like, you do have some control, you know? Yes, you can have your own ignorance and things like that. It's why I separate out, like in my Discord, I have all the channels separated out. If you don't want to hear politics, you don't have to. Yeah. Well, that's why I say you don't actually get to choose whether you're, like, upset about things, but you can choose what you engage with, what you involve yourself in. I would say, actually, for most people, social media is awful for you. Don't go there. Don't do that. Literally, don't open it. That's just my actual advice. If you're depressed, don't open it. Just don't go on there. That or, like, heavily censor it. Yeah, block. The block button is great. Man, I've been staring at each other for a while now. Yeah, they've just been... Manjima's got a really nice look about him. He seems like a happy guy. You're depressed watching Yankat. That would actually probably cheer you up a little bit, I'll be honest. Usually let things on my phone make me upset, blocked, and moving on. Yeah. The thing is, like... I don't like the politics, like I said, in the ideological sense. You know, taking sides and trying to, like, win, you know? I just don't think that's... I think you're thinking of it the wrong way, if that's how you look at it, you know? If it's win or lose to you, you've already lost. Because you're not fighting the person next door. You're not fighting a guy down the street. You know? You're not. Even if they disagree with you on every single point. They're not actually your opponent. You gotta live next to them either way. You know? So a lot of people get angry at the wrong people. And that's unfortunate. Because it doesn't help. You know, let's say you're right. Get angry at someone? Okay. Not going to convince them that you're right. Thanks, Annie. As Karate Kid once said, never put passion over principle. Yeah. You know, if you can't discuss it, and I do mean discuss, you know, conversate about a topic, then you're already in the wrong headspace. A lot of people can't be in that headspace. It's like very difficult for them to detach emotionally from the topic, right? And for good reason. You know, you talk about something. Controller turned off again. If you care about something enough that you want to engage with it, it's really hard to then detach your emotions from it and just deal with it as a topic. You know, like you would a research paper. This is basically free chatting with the Yakuza background. Yeah, we're just chatting with Yakuza involved. Thanks for hanging out with me, Manjima. Appreciate it. My ambient street sound stopped. Yeah, it is actually kind of nice. That's why I've just left it. But yeah, if you can't do that, then, like, don't. It's fine. It is not your responsibility to, like, fix the world or something. And if it is your responsibility, then you'll know it. You know, you do what you can within reason while still being happy and making your life better. Because, I mean, listen, as much as people want to believe that, you know, their social activism for their political goal will fix things, will change things, they're not entirely wrong. You can have an influence. You can, you know, like I said, you can go and discuss things with people, talk to people, canvassing and all that stuff, going door to door. All of that, I mean, yeah, it does change things. But if that stresses you out, if that makes your life worse, it's going to have a much bigger effect on you negatively than it will have positively in whatever you're trying to achieve. I want to claim I don't get worked up over things, but I haven't been put in that position again. Yeah. And it's difficult. It is difficult. It's something you learn with practice, I think, from being in that position too, where you care a little bit about the thing, but like not really crazy a lot. And then you learn how to deal with it, what things maybe you just shouldn't deal with, you know? Let's see, what's a good example? Here, we'll take an extreme example. To make me angry so I can control my emotions. That's the thing, you don't want to be angry, you just want to feel like you might get angry. You know, you want to be right on that edge so you can learn how to deal with it. That's not easy. That's a very hard experience to go find. Not sure where to go get that. I got it from roleplay, actually. I ran roleplay servers. And having to mediate arguments and discussions and manage people and all those things for years is where I got actually a lot of the experience I needed to be able to do that to an extent. To an extent. I'm not perfect at it. I still get upset if if the wrong thing gets brought up, you know. I think I'm a lot more cool-headed than most people, but, you know, there are certain things I won't really flex on in terms of, like, my morals and ethics. Superman's bright blue hopefulness is important, but people really want Snyder's jaded Superman. I'm not familiar with either, I'll be so honest with you. But I think people want Snyder's jaded Superman, if I can assume what that is referring to, because they feel jaded. But I think they also want hope and a brighter future. I think people are just jaded, bluntly put, because politics has not worked for the people in a very, very, very long time. In, like, even any considerable way. It is disappointing, you know. The system doesn't seem to work. Not very well, anyway, not very efficiently. I mean, we're finding out now about a lot of, like, corruption and all these things, and, like, on so many levels, in so many ways, and it's like, it's frustrating, you know? And it undermines your faith in the system. A system that, you know, we already know is not perfect, but how could it be? It is run by people, and people are, well, not perfect. So I think people have, almost in a way, decided that it's cool to be cynical. You know? Being an optimist, what does it get you? It's kind of like the thought process. But, you know, I don't think being cynical is very cool either. I think it can look cool, it can feel cool. But if you want to be successful, if you want to achieve progress, and things like that, you don't get there being a pessimist. You get there being a pragmatist. Because if you're an optimist, well, you're not going to budge. You're going to say, no, like, this will be perfect, it'll be great, everything will go fine. We just have to do it this way, and no one agrees with you. And the cynic will just say, well, they're not going to do it. It's not going to work. Oh, people will abuse it, you know? Things like that. And I genuinely think that that kind of cynicism is why we have so many problems. Because we design systems with rigidity and strictness, but in that rigidity, you don't give the system itself the ability to say, hey, now this isn't quite what we meant. No, it is by the definition. Okay, you're like, you can do it, or you don't get the thing. You know, whatever it is. You know, it doesn't matter what that thing is. It's not super important. But, and I say all this, I should add, with the experience of working with government agencies. I've worked with them on things that impact people directly. So, like, how programs work and qualifications and stuff. And I've seen the ones that seem to be successful and the ones that don't. The stricter, more rigid ones tend to work less effectively and actually end up spending more money. For, like, a similar impact, too. That's the interesting part. Because you'd think that, like, if it's more flexible, if it's more, you know, kind of off the cuff, to a certain extent, of course, you know, there has to be some guidelines, right? But if you just kind of let whatever agency you're going to have manage it, manage it, and there's not some horrible corruption problem already going on there, they actually do a pretty good job. They're pretty mindful. Because, you know, they have a budget, right? They can only spend so much, so they're going to try to do the most good that they can with it. Most people are good people. And so they're going to try. Is there going to be the rare case of someone doing things that are inappropriate within that agency? Absolutely. Got to keep an eye on that. But for the most part, it'll work out. Like, that's kind of where you have to be in the middle of, like, well, what actually works? You know? You can't be the crazy optimist and just say, just throw money at it. Like, that doesn't work. Of course not. That won't solve any problem. Well, most problems. But you also can't put, you know, so many guardrails up that you can't get through it. In any system. Any system that you build. I could even say the same mindset applies to organization, right? Think about this. If you have 100 things, and you can divide them up into, let's say, 5 groups, but it's a little lopsided. Some are here, some are there. There's not very many in this box, but you have 5 groups, and you know those groups, they serve you decently well. But there's still at least like 10 items in each box, and they're a bit heavy. Okay, well that's just not going to work. You were being too optimistic about how that all would work out. So you go to 10, or no, let's go with 20 boxes. Well, the problem is now there's only, or no, I mean, we start with 100. Let's go to 50 boxes. We can get really specific, right? Okay, then now you have to manage 50 freaking boxes. That's a lot of boxes. They're very light, they're very small. All the items fit nicely and they're very well organized. But to get to any of them, now you gotta unstack them, find the one you want. Hopefully you're in the right place. Pull it out of there. It becomes a lot of work, actually, to maintain it and to use it. It's kind of a pain in the ass. So maybe you go to 20. Okay, now you got 5 items in each box. It's a manageable weight. You can move them around, you can stack them, you can do whatever you gotta do with them, and everything's reasonably organized. It takes a reasonable amount of time to find what you're looking for and to get to it. It doesn't put too much strain on you, and it is reasonably intuitive. Is it perfect? No. But it works. That's kind of that middle ground. You know, the porridge that's just right, that sort of thing. And unfortunately, I think we've kind of lost that for the cynics and the optimists. You know, you look at anyone at all. If you look at a business or if you look at politics, it doesn't matter where you look. Pragmatism isn't very... well, pragmatism doesn't really pop off on social media. You know? Isn't that silly? That's the most fascinating thing about the last, like, 15 years or so. A lot of problems that we've been suffering from, you know, more contemporary ones, not ones that have been going on forever, but the more recent ones, you can literally just kind of sum it up by saying, well, it's not popular on social media. That's pragmatism again. Middle of the road realism. You know, you take a pragmatic approach would be to look at the situation and try to find a solution that works in context. You're not trying to get perfect, but you're not giving up. You know, so like, let's say, here's a great example of pragmatism. Let's say you could build a video game that runs at, you know, 500 FPS and is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. Technically, this is probably possible. However, it will take you 30 years. That is not a pragmatic solution. That's not reasonable. That's not realistic. Yeah, you have to find a middle ground where it's like, this is good. It's far from perfect, but it's good. The whole, what is it? Perfect is the enemy of good enough. Pragmatism is, well, that's good enough. That'll work, and that'll be fine. It'll solve our problem in an acceptable way. It'll solve a lot of your problems. I strongly recommend considering it when you're like, well, how do I fix this? And you're trying to think of like the perfect solution. You know, don't overlook the good enough solution. Sometimes you need perfect though. I'm not I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but when you need perfect, that is the pragmatic solution. You know what I mean? It really is very important. Striving for perfection is better than being perfect. Exactly. Because then you constrain yourself. You have to. You know, for anyone who's, you know, in college or doesn't do, like, you know, big project work, because I mean, this could include anyone who does construction even, is, yeah, I want the job to be perfect, but, you know, if cutting a few corners means that we're done on time and it still looks great and no one's going to complain, then it's good enough. You know? I think I mentioned this before. My father and my brother, they work in construction. Corners get cut all the time, but they're not important corners. They're not safety corners. They're not, you know, corners that you'll notice or look at and see and be like, oh, well, that's a problem. Someone might just see it and go, oh, well, that's creative. They're not going to get upset. They're not going to be bothered by it, but they're like, oh, wow, cool. I see how you made it on time, right? But also, you know, sometimes this is just advice as you get, you know, if you have money or whatever. Totally unrelated advice, but it is a bit more pragmatism. Just more pragmatic life advice, let's say. Consider, once you start making money and everything, or maybe you do right now, how much money is your time worth? Very important question. Because the answer to that should inform you as to whether or not you should hire someone else to do something for you. A good example would be lawn care. If you would spend less money hiring someone else, who can do it faster too, to cut your lawn... Sorry, I should preface this with, we're imagining that you own a home. None of us are going to own a home, unless you already do. Or you make a shit ton of money, which would be cool. But, you know, assuming you own a home, paying someone to cut the grass. Usually it's actually not that expensive, because they have all the equipment already. They have people who are already trained. They know what they're doing, and they can do it quickly. And professionally. Like, they'll do a pretty good job. They might charge you $100 for a job that would take you 4 or 5 hours. Because let's say it's a big lawn, right? So it's $100. Maybe it's even 200, right? But 4 or 5 hours of your time on the weekend. You know, this is your free time. You're gonna go out and cut the lawn. Then you're gonna weed whack. Maybe do a little landscaping. Or do you want to pay that person to come out and do it faster? Do it probably better, honestly, if we're being blunt. And you get to stay inside and work on something else. Do something else. Relax, even. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Like, you're allowed, as long as you can afford it, of course. And don't be irresponsible. Let that lawn free grow. Most people don't want to do that for a variety of reasons. Snakes is a big one, actually. You don't want snakes or other, you know, concerning animals. Coyotes, mountain lions, whatever, roaming your lawn. Not great stuff. But if the time it takes for you to mow that lawn is less than you make an hour, or if it's not worth your hourly, essentially. Like, if it takes you 5 hours, you get $40 an hour. That would be, what, $200? If you can pay someone else $100 to do it, you're making out. Your time is worth more than what you have to pay for it. That's not a bad deal. But if you don't make a lot of money, the little bit that you're going to save from cutting it yourself might actually be worth it for you, then. You should also factor in the cost of all the equipment, the gas, and whatever that you're going to need to cut your own lawn. This is just good financial decision making, right? Like, you got to figure out what's more worth it for you. Because even if, you know, oh, well, I can't work on the weekend, you know, so I can save that money. Yeah, you could. But you could also start a side hustle, you know, do something on the side. Streaming, for example. You know, there's plenty of other options. Yeah, lawn mowing's hard work. I did it for years. I had a couple of people that I would cut their lawn when I was a teenager. Messed up my back pretty bad. Not from landscaping, it was unrelated. But it only really got worse for a while, so I ended up quitting doing that. I was trying to my lawn too. Yeah, no, it's not fun. Especially the weed whacking and stuff, like that's tough. I had one guy I would cut his lawn, and I had to turn off and move the electric fence wiring. Because it wasn't like a fence per se, but he had wires strung up around the property that went up, I mean, pretty high, to keep the deer out, because they would eat all his plants. And I mean, they would. I don't blame the guy. Like, just, those deer got into everything. You can't grow crap out there. Unless, of course, you put something around it to keep them out. And he didn't put them out that far away from his property, just enough to keep them away from everything that he wanted to keep them from eating. Anyway, but I would have to unplug it and then go over and, like, undo it just to get the tractor back there. And it wasn't a lot of property, but it was a real pain to cut because it was, like, weirdly shaped. So I had to untangle an electric wire from my FedEx van without knowing it was electric wire. Awesome. There we go. Now, the controller can stay off while I talk. That doesn't shock me. Some people are very irresponsible with things like that. This was like... He obviously didn't put it across his driveway. He did have it running across to, like, all the lawn. Better grab it and get a good zap. I think you should have to put up signs if there's any chance that someone's gonna touch it. Obviously, you know, if you're wandering out in the woods and you run across a strange fence, probably don't grab it. But the fact that you were able to get hooked on it means that it was not in a place it should have been. If you got hurt, that would have been a lawsuit for sure. It's like, what the hell, man? But no, he did a very good design with it. It was very clear. It was also kind of clear that it was an electric fence because of the way it was strung up. It was just singular wires, not... It wasn't me that got the van hooked. That was co-pilot, man. But yeah, no, it was like single wires. I mean, they were thick wires. You could see them very clearly, but they were strung up around like trees and stuff and, you know, little posts. So it was really obvious that, like, if you've ever seen an electric fence, yeah, that's an electric fence, duh. I mean, it doesn't keep anything else out. You can just, you know, go right through it if you thought about it for half a second. But also, you know, obviously private property. And again, didn't get in the way of getting to his front door or anything. Like, if you needed to deliver something, I'm thinking about his property. It actually wasn't that big of a property, but it was a nice property. You'd probably just leave it as garage, because of the way it's shaped. Like, no one would know that you dropped something off there, so it'd be safe there. So you probably wouldn't even have to. But he had like a separate little like fenced gate that you could go through to get to the front door. So he never had to turn it off except when you had to take the fence down to get in there. Yeah, no, he had me cut his lawn for years, and parts of it you had to do with like one of the smaller mowers or just with a weed whacker. I usually just went in with the weed whacker. And other parts were with the little tractor. But one time I did forget to unplug it, and that was me. That was 100% me. Like, I knew every time when I get there I have to unplug it. I forgot. But also, it did not shock me that badly. It was enough that I didn't like it. That was about it. Of course, I also wore boots with, you know, rubber soles, so that does help. You know, rubber. I don't know. Whatever they're made of. Something like rubber. But yeah, work boots. So, you know, I don't think he put enough through it to actually hurt anybody, which is, I imagine, intentional on his part. But, you know, did that for a while. I'm trying to think how many years I did it for. Long enough. Anyway, what were we talking about? Dating advice, right? Somehow we got over here. Did it once, never again. I don't blame you. Landscaping stuff. You get used to it though. I mean, it's not that bad, especially if you have the proper equipment and it's adjusted to you correctly. I mean, one of the best kind of weed whackers, and I don't see people use them as often as they really should. Like, I've seen, what is it called? The guy who does lawn mowing service for free, and he films that whole thing, which some people find really interesting. I don't find it very interesting, but I also did a lot of landscaping, so, you know, cool. You're cutting a lawn. Congratulations. You know, it's whatever. Doesn't fascinate me. Anyway, I understand the appeal. Very, very, very pleasing to see the result. Anyway, I see them use weed whackers that don't have any kind of harness or mounting system for the user, and it's very interesting to me because those exist. You can get them where you put basically a harness on that then has a special hook on the side. It's just a hook, and then the weed whacker has mounting holes. Like, it's basically just a piece of metal that sticks up from the weed whacker behind where you actually hold it. And it basically has like handlebars instead of just being a stick that you hold on to and like maybe a little handle on it. It's like it has big ass handlebars, and that's where you operate everything from, is from those handlebars. And this hook lets you just mount it on your hip, so you carry the whole thing with your upper body, not just with your arms. And then it makes it very easy to swing it, move it, manipulate it however you need to. It takes so much of the stress off of your upper back and your arms. It is lovely. If I ever own a home again and I need to do weed whacking, I'm getting one of those. I'm not getting any of the other types. That's crazy. Like watching the carpet cleaning vids. I've seen a few of those. So the only problem I have with those, in theory, right, is, are those really carpets that need cleaning, or did they dirty a carpet and then clean it for a video? I always have that in the back of my mind. And I say that because there are firearm restoration channels that fake it. Now, there are ways to tell that it's fake with a firearm that I'm aware of. Usually it's like fake rust and like paint and things like that. Things that just like, it's just not like, that's not how things rust, right? Usually it's pretty obvious. And I mean, if people think they're interesting, that's cool and all, but meh. How do you fake rust? Paint. You can do a couple of things. For one, you can cause rusting to happen. That's a little more real, and I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem with the fact that they're taking like a brand new firearm and intentionally screwing it up. Like, that's weird. Like, it's such a waste, but whatever. It's better than just, you know, putting pounds of paint and crap. The color and texture be off for paint? Yes, it would, but there's a lot of people who don't notice it. But you can also like spray vinegar and other, you know, rust-inducing substances on whatever it is, and it will cause it to rust faster. The thing is, there are some signs for that as well. Pitting is a very common result of rust, and it basically causes little gouges to come out of the metal when you do clean it off. They're not usually typically all that deep, but it is almost like just like the rust, like it flaked off. And it's like kind of uneven, and you have to re-smooth the material. Basically grind it down. I'll look at the carpets a bit more to see if it looks genuine or not. I don't know if you'd be able to tell. You know, because you're not talking about like 30 years of rust and dirt and grime. You're talking about like one catastrophic event. How would you tell? I don't know. I can't imagine that you can. I mean, if I got like a kiddie pool and filled it with dirt and mud, well, same thing, but dirt, water to make mud, and then like ash and a whole bunch of other junk, and then I just threw a carpet in there and left it for like a week and came back, it'd probably be about as bad, you know? That's my guess. Maybe throw some ash in there too, just to really muck it up. Maybe some like washable dye, if you really want to go crazy. I can see that all working out, and then you can make your carpet cleaning video. I imagine for a lot of those, though, like, they have some very specialized stuff. They probably do legit ones. They have to like, make it a business. But I'm sure if, like, business is slow, they'd probably resort to just making a dirty carpet, you know? I don't blame them. I have no problem with that. Vintage restoration, like, for consoles, that's valid, yeah. I can't imagine how you'd fake that other than just doing it when it doesn't need it, that kind of a thing. I guess you could fake it if you really want to, but I feel like it'd be kind of hard to do. And there's probably plenty of them to be restored, so depending. I did restore my little PS3 at some point. They like effed up to me. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, there's plenty of them that need to be fixed, so I don't see why you would try to fake it. It also just seems like something that's kind of difficult to fake and not ruin something that's already expensive. But yeah, no, I have a PS3 from when I was much younger. Feel old saying that. But I recently took it all apart, cleaned out. There actually wasn't that much dust in there, but I cleaned out what dust was in there, and I repasted the GPU and CPU. I think they're the same thing. It's like a general processor. Anyway. And that was interesting, like ripping it all apart, because it was like, wow, this is just like a computer. You know, like basically the same design ideas, everything's just a little bit laid out differently. So there's some weird connectors in there, but like it's really not that crazy. You know, clean my Xbox today? I mean, sure. I wouldn't mind streaming that, that'd be fun. I wanted to actually stream cleaning my old PC and putting that together, but by the time I got to, oh, right, no, I specifically streamed trying to fix the old graphics card. It was like a 970 or something. Like an NVIDIA 970, or 950, one of the two. I'd have to check. But it turns out I did not have a replacement set of fans. I could not find any. I ordered a bunch of them online. I think I got like 2 or 3 sets. None of them fit. And I could not get a cooler for the damn thing. It's so old. So I had to give up. I wasn't going to spend even more money trying to find one that works. So I gave up on that. I had everything I needed though. And I tore it down. I have the board right over there. It's still mounted on the back plate. I don't have the shroud or the cooler anymore. Because I gave up on it. If I was going to fix it, I would have to get like a custom water block, which is insane for such an old GPU that doesn't work very well. Like it's just not that good. It was like was it the 1080 Ti? That would probably be worth it. Whatever the other one is. There's a different 1080 that was like really impressive and lasted a long time. That'd probably be pretty cool to throw a water block on something like that. That'd be neat. Tay repair Twitch channel. I'd love to do that. It's expensive to get into because you have to get the stuff to fix. And then you have to know how to fix it. There's tons of research. I can do cleaning. That's easy enough. You disassemble, clean, reassemble with some thermal paste and thermal pads along the way, maybe. But to actually do a repair, oof, I'm not that into electronics that I know how to like identify a busted capacitor or something. I'm sure I could learn, but it'd have to be my job or something, you know? Something I do want to do if I ever like blow up, right, would be to do giveaways for computers, which I would then build. Well, I'd build it and then I'd give it away. I'd try to target other creators who are, you know, up and coming, let's say. And that would be like one of the big things. That way, of course, I can verify who I'm going to be sending it to. You know, verify that they're going to use it, they're going to appreciate it, and they're not going to go and sell it, hopefully. You know, turn around and sell it. So that would be kind of the idea, mainly, is I want to be able to verify it. I'm not just going to get ripped apart and sold. Because a new computer is very expensive, even before all this stuff about RAM and everything. Assuming prices come back down. I don't know, it might not be possible to do that in the future. But we'll see. Hopefully it'll all go back to normal, because otherwise it's just not going to be like viable to build computers, and that would be weird. Like, that's not sustainable. So something will have to change there. Yeah, anyway, what do we start on? Red flags, right? Red flags and dating. Yeah, like I said, biggest red flag for me is if they can't listen to me yap. Because as you can tell, I can just go on and on and on. So I thought a non-negotiable for me is the use of substances in a relationship. What do you define as substances? Like, because generally speaking, right, I would say I wouldn't want to marry a drunk. But if my girlfriend likes to have a drink with dinner, that's fine. That's whatever, you know? But actually, here's another personal red flag is like frequently going to clubs and things like that. You know, the nightlife, as it were. Just because I have zero interest in that, and the risks associated, even if I 100% trust that person, the risks are too much for me. I would have far too much anxiety. That is 100% a personal thing. Like, that is a me problem. But I can't fix it, so that's just how it is. I think substances, I think more along the smoking and, like, actual drugs. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. I wouldn't be able to be with someone who's using stuff like that. That would not fly. For so many reasons. I mean, there's a lot of obvious reasons. I mean, yeah. I would say the same for, like, what would be the appropriate term? The Mary Jane, the Green, if you will. I say it like I've never touched it. I was definitely a bit of a pothead at one point in my life. Didn't let it do any harm to me, but not any major harm anyway. Who knows? Might have lost some brain cells. Probably not from the smoking, but just from the stupidity. But you know, I was in high school / college. Maybe not the best choices I ever made. Not the worst though. I could definitely do a lot worse than that. But not really into it anymore. Not really my thing. But like, again, if I dated a girl who occasionally wanted to have a gummy before bed, I wouldn't really care. That's fine. But if it was like an everyday thing, probably not. For one, it just costs a lot of money. Like, that's expensive. But also, if you're gonna be like spaced out and stuff, it's kind of like, really? Like I said, I like to talk a lot. I like to have engaging conversations. I like to be, you know, yapping. If you're off in Spaceland, that's just, like, that don't really work. I wouldn't really have a problem with the person for it. It probably wouldn't be for me. Vaping I can tolerate more than anything else on that list. I would still discourage them from doing it. Like, I would hope that they would quit. I did smoke for a short time, and then I got into vaping for years. Bad choice, by the way. Don't do that. But, like, at least with vaping, for one, it's easier to quit. That's a big thing. It's actually gotten harder to quit because of federal regulations and state regulations. Thank you for that, everybody who freaked out about them. Because now it's super strict, and now you can't get the lowest nicotine amounts. Like the lowest nicotine amounts where you're at like 1 or 2. You can't really get that anymore. You can only do like either 0 or like 3. Don't ask what those numbers mean. It's not important. It's just an amount. If you're like a pack-a-day smoker, I think you start at like 16 or something, 16 or 20, depending. So like 3 is pretty low in the first place. I was always very low. Usually, I think I was at a 2 and I had to go to a 3 because I stopped offering 2. And then when I quit, I had to mix 3 and 0 of the same flavor. Saying a lot of words. That's okay. In short, I vaped for like years, and then when I finally decided I wanted to quit, I had to mix my normal amount of nicotine vape juice with the stuff that had less nicotine, or zero, to come up with, you know, somewhere in the middle to wean myself off of it. It was such a pain. And just years prior, I would have been able to say exactly how much nicotine I want in it. You know, from 0 to whatever number. I think up to like 20 or 30 was the max they would do. And the only reason that I had to do the mixing, which is just annoying and tedious, an extra barrier to quitting, really, was because regulations came into effect that said they had to test every single formula for every single amount of nicotine. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, even if everything else is the same and you just change how much nicotine you put in it, you have to get all of these tested and approved. It's like, oh my god. No flexibility in that system. So they only offered those anymore after that, so it made it more difficult. But it is a lot easier to quit, like I said, vaping than it is like smoking. So I could deal with vaping as long as the intent is to quit. Non-negotiable, which may be controversial, but I don't want to date someone who's still friends with their exes. Generally speaking, I would agree. Friendly would be fine, like if they're not pissed off at each other and they're just like friends on Facebook but they don't really talk, that's fine, right? But same government that introduced it. The thing is, it wasn't introduced. It was literally it showed up and it was unregulated, completely unregulated, which you know, obviously is a problem. There were genuinely some like very questionable formulas out there that people were using, but in their rush to legislate, they made a few oopsies. It could have been a lot worse, but they definitely didn't do a great job. And I know some people argued in favor of vaping that, oh, well, you know, people aren't picking it up because of the flavors and stuff. And no, I'm going to be so real with you, they are. 100% they do. I say it because I was one of those people. I didn't really like smoking, but I liked vaping because it tasted good. And the nicotine, of course, was nice. But, you know, what really drew me to it, and probably what made things a lot worse for me, was that it tasted good. I liked it. It was an enjoyable experience. You know, front to back, not just... It wasn't just the nicotine, but everything else, you know. Smoking is just, it's not very enjoyable. Even if you find something you kind of like, as far as like cigarettes go, you're still not going to like them. Not really. I mean, you'll get used to them eventually, right? But you're not going to like them to start with. But vaping, you can like from day one. It's so easy. Tastes great. That's not good. Like, that is a recipe for addiction. It is. I think it's overblown by the people who say that it's like, you know, ruining people. But it's not helping. Harvard. And there was government push to regulate flavors, and I think they kind of succeeded, but only kind of. Anyway. But yeah, no. The whole, like, someone who's still friends with an ex. It depends. It depends. Depends on a lot of things. It's, like, very specific. Like I said, you know, if they're, like, really good friends still, that's kind of... I don't know. I have trust issues, though, so that's probably where that comes from. Where I wouldn't be comfortable with that. It would be like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. Bring back candy sticks? I have some, actually. I have them. They're sitting in a bag. To my right. I have them. Right here. Right here. I have them in a box. You can hear the shaking. I haven't even opened them yet. I bought these when I was on vacation over the summer. I have a bunch of candy here that I've barely touched. I have a whole, like, what do you call it, a jawbreaker? It's still wrapped up. I mean, it's literally just sugar, so it's not like it's gonna go bad. At least not anytime soon. Yeah, I have one of those. I just wanted it. I don't know if I'm ever gonna eat it, but I have it. I also have, purple and blue rock candy. I have the candy sticks. I have a bunch of Smarties. There's sour Smarties. I didn't know about that, but I have them now. And a few other little things. Nothing too crazy. I had it, but I ended up eating it because it was going to go bad. Cotton candy Kit Kat bar. I didn't even know they made that. But I saw it at the candy shop. I was like, well, I mean, the hell's a cotton candy Kit Kat? It was okay. It actually, like, it really wasn't that crazy. But it was interesting, you know. I would say, you know, try it out sometime if you ever run into one. But it's very, it was sweeter than your usual Kit Kat. It was really the notable difference. Slight difference in the flavor, but nothing too crazy. Okay, anyway. Yakuza. We should play Yakuza. I've been yapping for a while. What? Oh, drummer boy? Is it a trust thing? No, I don't believe so, because I feel if I can't trust you not to do XYZ, then why are we here? Well, that's why I say, like, it's an anxiety thing for me. Like, I have trust issues, but the anxiety is that, yeah. Uh-oh. Flustered young woman wants our attention. Yeah, I wouldn't want the anxiety of not being 100% sure that something isn't happening without me knowing it. Not that I think that the other person would be, like, lying to me or anything like that, but just, like, how do I know for sure that, like, something's not going to change? Because I feel like if you're still, like, really good friends with an ex, again, I do make that separation between, like, you know, you're just casual friends that, you know, maybe you work at the same place or something, and you just kind of can't just not talk to them at all, but, like, you don't hang out and do things together. You're just like I said, like Facebook friends, basically. That would be totally different from, you know, if you were like, oh, I'm gonna go places with this person. That would be very different. Okay, what does this woman want? What does she want? Actually, whatever you're chewing, I can take it. Spit it out. Okay. Please be my boyfriend. Oh, no. Okay, she's repeating herself. Please, pretty please. Just like that. Yeah, what are you talking about, lady? What do you mean? I guess it's to avoid possibilities in that area, to not have that awkwardness. My previous one, she would rely on him for emotional and sometimes financial assistance, and it made me uncomfortable. Yeah, I feel like that's the kind of thing where you maybe don't give, like, an ultimatum or anything, but, like, remind them that, like, yeah, you're not dating this person anymore. This is not. That's way too much. It is, as they would say, inappropriate, because it gives the wrong message, right? The financial assistance especially, it's like, why would you do that? You know, I understand not wanting your friend to, like, end up homeless or something, right? But, you know, again, sending the wrong message about who it's for. You know, like who should be responsible for this? Not just a friend, not usually. You know, I think the question I would ask in a situation like that is like, is that something you do for all your friends? You know? Probably not. Probably not. And the next question is, well, why are you doing that then? And for some guys, you know, it would be like, you know, they feel like they have to or something, you know, for a guy in that situation. She had a boyfriend though at the time? Oh, hell no. Nah, she playing him. 100% she is playing him like a fiddle. He probably, if I had to guess, doesn't actually feel anything for her, but he feels responsible in some way. Somehow, some way. She's somehow wrapped him around her finger, and now she's using it. There are unfortunately a lot of people who will use relationships for gain, which is fucked up, but happens. Back it up a step or 6. Yeah, hold on there, lady. Calling for an hour or two to check in on each other. It all felt off to me, but I was immature. No, that's a bit much. That's all. You know, you saying he felt responsible with my third eye? Yeah, that's all like something's going on there that you don't know about. What it is a great question. He might not even know what it is. Like I said, she probably wrapped him around his finger. Guys are actually hilariously easy to manipulate, speaking from experience. Not as someone who did the manipulating, but as someone who's been manipulated and used. Yeah, it's super easy to do that to us. We're suckers. Yeah, what is with this lady demanding to be our boyfriend or girlfriend? Maybe boyfriend, who knows? Did I get it together? Can't let her know she got under my skin. I got no interest in women. Let's start as friends, and I'll take that as a proposal. None of these win, but let's start as friends. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna be right back. Let's see how much time we got. Alright, I'll run like a little 1-minute ad. I have to use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute. Hi, Bo. I'm supposed to meow. Get back to the game. I am curious, Chris, about what all that was about. What do you mean by connecting the puzzle? But maybe it's a little complicated. Wasn't it meow, by the way, Tay? Meow. Good enough for you? Another redeem. I know. That wasn't you. That was Chris. Chris redeemed a meow about 2 minutes ago, it says. You're not the only person who redeems it, you know. How you been, though, Bo? As a person, everything hit me like a truck as to why it was like it was. I see. Need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Ah, it's one of these stories. Good, unfortunately busy. Yeah, haven't seen you around too much. I've been hoping you're doing okay. But as long as you're doing good, that's what matters. My father's visiting from back home. He's demanding to meet my boyfriend. And Majima's the guy you pick? But I'm non-negotiable 3, have no ambitions or passions or hobbies. Are there people like that, really? Who have nothing? Yes, there are. I find that so hard to believe. Like, even if it's things that you can't achieve realistically, right? Like your odds are 1 in a million. You should be trying to do something, even if you're not very good at it, right? I mean, look at me. I stream. No job or employment goals, I should add. Oh, so just a layabout. Gross. Yeah, I agree. I need is a PC, food, and water. Yeah, but you need to, like, have money for that stuff. I think it's, even if that's, like, what you do, you should have something to do with it, right? Like, I have nothing against the idea of dating someone who doesn't work. But they better work on something. You know what I mean? Like, they better be doing something with their time. It doesn't have to be a job, it just has to be something. Anything. You know, with what time they have. Your girlfriend works? Yeah. Most people do. And I have to. I'll be in your mind basement? Yeah. You know, if that work is art, if it's being the best at something, if it's, you know, but whether that's like a competitive game or a hobby or whatever, just anything. Shoves it in my face, I make more than you. Okay, I probably make more than her then, so. You know. There's that. You can tell her, my favorite streamer makes more than you. And it's not even through streaming. Well, you're in college, Chris. Unless I'm not your favorite streamer, in which case you're out of luck, buddy. Soon after uni, I'll make more, trust me. Okay, if you say so. Job market's fucked, by the way, just so you know. So you're aware. Fair warning. Everywhere. Everything. You're our #1 streamer? Awesome. Just shut up. I'm just being honest with you. Like, I make good money, but it's not for nothing. It's a pain in the ass to do what I do. I'm not happy about it. I'd rather have a remote job. But I told him my boyfriend is thin, wears an eye patch, a cool ponytail, and has a dangerous air about him, kind of like the blade of a knife. I don't think you said that, woman. I don't think that happened. I do make money, but it's scraps. But to be honest, I really didn't want to work and go to school before now. It's like, I don't know if I can see myself not working right now. Yeah, it's, you get into a habit. You type at computer, come home, type at computer. Yeah, kinda. Kinda. Why would you give him so many details? And why did you just describe me down to the buttons? I thought I'd have to introduce him to my father, so I just kind of made it up as I went. And Dad started saying, I have to see if this boyfriend is worthy of marrying you, so here I am. And I've got a problem. How did she manage to describe Majima so cleanly? I feel like she actually has had a crush on us. Like, this is actually just a crazy circumstance. I feel like this is, she's playing this. What I recently found out, I do not, though. There's no way that I could. Go on. Fine, we'll do this fake date. Coffee is so much cheaper than Monsters. Yes, it is. That's why I drink coffee now. So I drink coffee too. See? See? But not like you. Okay. What do you mean not like you? Goro-chan. That's crazy. You're supposed to be dating Majima. I drink it like me. What does that mean, Bo? How do you like your coffee? Chris, how do you like your coffee? If you drink coffee. Let's not waste any more time. We should be going, like, right now. Red flag, number whatever. Not respecting boundaries, trying to convince me to do something strong you don't want to do. I think, for me, it would really depend on what that thing is, because sometimes I really don't want to do things, and then I do it, and I have a blast. So, like, it really depends. Like, if it's, you know, oh, go with me to this museum, it'll be really cool, and I'm just really depressed, and I don't feel like going. Like, it's just too much to get up and go, you know? Like, that's how I feel. And she pushes me into do it, and I finally do it. I'm probably gonna have a good time, so that's fine, right? So, it depends entirely on what you mean. If it's in the bedroom, yeah, no, that's nah. Cold, lots of milk and sugar. Cold? I find that cold coffee upsets my stomach, but hot coffee does not. Iced coffee. This is how you know Bo's a femboy. This is how we know. Short. Like iced coffee. Thigh highs, the maid outfit. Put all that together. Confirmed. It's not beneficial to me, or it goes against my morals or ideas. Yeah, that's yeah. Some people are really resistant to anything kind of being pushed on them, even if it's like definitely in their interest. Thigh highs, what maid outfit? You have a maid outfit. 100% I know you do. See, I like my hot coffee to have flavored creamer and a little bit of milk, and that's it. The flavored creamer makes up for all the, like, the sugar or whatever you normally add. I use the zero sugar stuff, but I only have 1 cup of coffee a day. If I have any more than that, it's decaf, because I don't want to die. No proof unless you uncover the proof. You've definitely talked about it in this chat. But you see, I am the benchmark for truth here. This is my space. So if I say that it's true, it simply is. You know, that's just true. If I say so, then it is. Such is the luxury of the dictator. Okay, spreading propaganda. No. Dictating truth. It's not propaganda. It's the truth. No, it is true. Bo has talked about it. Recently, I've actually been wearing thigh highs and a skirt. You see? You see? Do you see what I'm saying, Chris? It's just the truth. You look, you feel pretty. I'm happy that you feel pretty, Bo. Good for you. You are pretty slay. I wouldn't say that. Only because I've never seen Bo. I don't know. He might look great in thigh highs. He might look fine in thigh highs. He can't look bad in thigh highs, but like, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. Everyone's pretty, that's true, but some people look better in some things than other people. That is also, I think, true. No matter of fact, excuse you? Oh, okay. Listen, I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say something that I don't know is true. You look pretty in thigh high, say, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like me as Tay, or me as the fleshy person. Me as Tay, absolutely. But like me as the fleshy person, I don't know about that. I don't think you want to see that. You fleshy Uwu and Tay. Tailser, the character, as you see me now. Yes, absolutely would look good. Bo, don't lie. You like the maid outfit. You were torn about the fact that the thigh highs did not come back with the maid outfit. He's looked like roadkill in femboy outfit. What? Just you wait until the next outfit's done, Bo. Just you wait. Just you wait. Try to keep up. We're going to the restaurant where we meet with my dad over dinner, the three of us. We're gonna meet over dinner. I got nothing to say to your dad, Coco-chan. I think it's when you meet, shake hands, and then let me go, do I don't you? Bang, bang, boom. What a guy. Oh, her dad wants to see what kind of man her boyfriend is. Green flag, honest, even if it'll hurt, don't withhold the truth and definite lie. Yeah. I know that's gonna hurt me sometimes, but I am very, very painfully honest. Like, I'm definitely gonna get punched at least once. Hopefully not very hard, but I'm gonna piss off whoever I'm with when they're like, does this make me look good? And it does not make them look good. And I'm gonna just be like, honest babe, nah, don't do that. Wear something else. That does not look good on you. That is not flattering. If I ever see you, I'm punching you? What the fuck? What did I do to you, Bo? You can't even say that I, like, made you a femboy or something. Your girlfriend did that to you. So here's the thing. Like, you have to be able to say it in a way that makes it clear that you think they look beautiful. But not in that outfit. You know? That would be the right way to do it. You know? If a girl asks, does my butt look good in this? And it doesn't. I'd be like, you have a fantastic ass, but not in that outfit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta navigate. So it didn't look pretty. I said I don't know if you look pretty. I just don't know. She did look, you make me wear it. Okay, yeah, see what I'm saying? Although, you know, like, if I was married to someone for 10 years, I'd probably just be like, nah, looks like crap on you. we would get to that understanding, I hope, where it's just, you know, main outfit stays on in bed. Oh my god. Hey, listen, if that's... I'll say this for all the men out there right now. Most of them, anyway. If it gets you action, I'll wear whatever outfit you want. You know? Like, that's how most of us feel. Those guys, you say that to them, they'd be like, okay. Please don't reveal that you're just pretending to be my boyfriend and don't anger him. Take it in the schoolgirl uniform right now. I'm trying to goon. I don't have a schoolgirl uniform. Same day deliver that? What? Oh my god, a backstory. 6 months. I'm a dentist. I like going on drives and watching movies, and my favorite food is the omelet rice cake that Coco-chan makes. Okay, okay. It's same day delivery. I mean, IRL, get that uniform, bro. I'm in your closet. Oh my goodness. You've been going out for 6 months. You're a dentist. You like going out on drives. Okay. I'm gonna get a little note down for this. Chris is in the closet. How unfortunate for her. These are gonna come up in the thing. Dentist. Drives/movies. And omelet rice. Coco makes. Okay. Okay. I like tits on men and women. Let's see. I like women and men and tiefling. I like how you made a very specific exception for the thieving tiefling. Chris, have I ever mentioned to you that I have had, I think, out of people that have actually approached me, because you mentioned earlier, like, oh, like women approaching you? No. I think that's happened like once. But I've had so many men approach me. It's kind of crazy. And the number has only grown since I started VTubing. Like, the list is surprisingly long at this point. You're approachable. Thank you. Okay, so I made notes. You know what they say? No, I don't. What do they say? Some people drown whilst others die of thirst. Yeah. Yeah. Add Chris to that list of women. Is that what you meant for that? That's how I read that, by the way. I read it like an old woman, you know, cackling. Yeah, hasn't been that many though. Women, I should say, that have approached me very, very bluntly. Old woman, huh? That's what I think of when people write, you know, yeah. I think about it, meeting a girl's dad for the first time is super important for a normal couple. It's kind of making an impact on the rest of her life. Yeah. First impressions key. What do I open with? Pleased to meet you, sir. He's very buttoned up. He's very, Yeah, I think of this YouTube series I used to watch. Dude laughed like in there. That's hilarious. I have a lot of different laughs, but I can't like force them. They just happen. Oh, hi! Welcome in, Raiders. Perky and everybody else. Angel Raid! Yippee! What are you guys doing? Did you have fun? Welcome in. For anyone new here, my name's Tailser. We've been mostly chatting tonight, I'll be honest. We're supposed to be playing Yakuza 0. We have not gotten very far. We've done a lot of chatting. I didn't copy the raid message. No! I forget to copy mine. My own raid message. Quite often. So don't feel bad. But thank you for chatting at all. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm Tailser. I do a variety of content. I love chatting more than anything else, I think. But we play all kinds of games. So welcome in. If you need to raid and run, if you gotta take care of anything, feel free. You don't have to tell me or ask permission. I appreciate you raiding whatsoever. And I know, you gotta take care of yourself. So make sure you do that. But otherwise, hope you guys can enjoy. Yeah, red and green flags in relationships. That was more or less the conversation tonight. I think we got off track at one point of that, and we went off to... I'm trying to remember what... I don't know. I go off on various tangents. It was up to some Elden ringing. Elden ring, 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 ring. Banana phone. Sorry, that's in my head every time. I can't get past it. Every single time that I say Elden Ring, that goes off in my head. Mowing the lawn? Yeah, we did talk about landscaping. Because, yeah, we're the listeners. I mean, yeah, kind of. I don't need permission to leave, but do I have permission to follow? You don't need to ask permission, but I will give you permission. Special permission. Also, for the Raiders, I have a daily system. There's a daily redeem. So, you need to sign a consent form? Me? I need to? Wait, what kind of danger am I in? Yeah, so there's dailies. You can get anything from being able to ask me just any question without any kind of warning. Thank you for the follow. It's gambling. It's not gambling because you can't pay for it, and there's no way to get extra rolls on it, but there is a RNG element, all right? It's yeah, kinda. It's a daily. It's a daily. It's just a daily. Thank you. But you can get anything from being able to ask me a question. You can decide what game I play next. You can... I'm not going to play the whole game necessarily. I might, but you can try. You can get a free gift sub. You can get free merch. I have a little bit of merch. More merch is coming very soon. Next month or so at most, I think. Whenever my new outfit comes out, that's when the next merch drop will be. And if you did win merch, I wouldn't hold it against you if you waited until all that was out. We grow tired of the questions. Yeah, questions are the most common reward because I cannot give out channel points. You can get free redeems as well. You can just redeem anything other than the VIP. You just tell me what you want and I'll give it to you. What else is there? Oh, you can decide my outfit for the whole stream. That's on there. I do have a maid outfit. That's my current other option. I also have a bunch of toggles and things like that. What else is there? Oh, there's some people who probably still don't know about this who've been watching for a little while. There's also a color picker. You can decide what color all my accents and stuff is. The like the glowing stuff on my chest, you can change that color to any hex code color other than black. Black breaks it. It just doesn't work. You can enter black. It'll do something. It'll make it gray. But like if you make it black, it like disappears. I don't know how that happens or how that works, but that's what happens. So you do need a hex code to do the custom colors. Yeah, there is an RGB that'll cycle through all the colors. But there are a few like preset colors: purple, teal, and orange, I think. Yeah, lots of interactive stuff. If you guys like chatting about stuff, you can bring up any topic. Doesn't have to be like topical per se, but just something to yap about. Yeah, what are you guys' if you want to add into this, green or red flags for dating? You can pet the tay. You can pet the tay. You can also change the zoom. You got all sorts of options. Smooch redeem win. What? That's crazy. Damn, Majuma's really good at this faking dating thing. Green flag is taller. Oh, Bo, you're quite short, right? Wanna hear a funny joke? Maybe. Green flags, red flags? Oh, geez. Yeah, not like strict ones, right? Don't what, Bo? Not a word? Oh, you're short. If you were really tall, you probably wouldn't want someone even taller than you. Oh, no, you put me in the maid outfit. I see how it is. Red flag and non-negotiable. You need to, like, wash between your cheeks. Oh, my God. I'm not that short. Bo, you're like 5'2" or something, right? Or under 5 foot? No, you're under 5 foot, last I remember. Which house did the ants decide to raid? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Ant. Which house did the ants decide to raid? I want someone taller than me, that'd be nice. I want to feel short too. How tall are you? If you don't mind me asking, or you can give a general range, or you don't have to answer. Maybe I had a guy shorter than me, but my preference is taller. Not 6 foot, but just taller than you. Okay, well, you're 6 foot too. That's gonna be that's gonna be tough. I don't really care about height. It's not super important. I have found though that most women, I should add my own context. I'm about 6 foot. I say about. I am 6 foot, according to the doctor. Last time I went. Give it like 5 years, I will be 5'11" again, because that's what happens as you get older. You shrink. But yeah, somewhere in that range. I don't think I've dated a woman shorter than me, but all the women that I've known who were taller than me, your house prepared in 5 days. In 5 days, okay. I have traps out for that already. I think they're from last summer, but well, spring. Spring is when they really come out. But yeah, I don't care either because my partner's 5'7". I just think it'd be cool. I get that. A different experience, right? Or 3-inch heels, so I prefer 5'9", 5'10". That is self-inflicted. You did that to yourself, Chris. That is, you're manufacturing a problem. So if I were Air Force, I'm 5'1". Yeah. But yeah, all the women that I've known that were taller than me were either not that attractive, honestly. At least to me. I can see how they would be attractive to other guys, but like just not the kind of girl I'm into. Or I like no shot in hell. You know what I mean? By manufacturing, I like heels because you're wearing the heels that make you even taller. And you're not that short. I will add an aside. I despise heels as like a social norm. I don't like that. Posture check. Let me adjust a little bit. Mainly because they're uncomfortable and painful. If you want to wear them, that's great. Good for you. But most women who I know do not like heels. I still want to be shorter in heels, but I may date shorter if the vibes are right. You got a lot of flags and stuff, Chris. You got a lot of. And you know they're uncomfortable and painful. Brother, have you tried walking around on your tippy toes? I mean, hi, I'm Perking and I'm 5'9", 5'10"-ish. There you go. Green flag is cooking. I can see that. I have to do that to reach things. That's what I'm saying, though. Imagine walking around like that all day on your tippy toes as much as you can. I do that all day. I mean, it's not quite as bad because there is, you know, the heel is there to kind of support you, but like, kind of awkward, uncomfortable. Also, not good for your feet in general. Like, that's how you get bunions and stuff. It's not good for you. Period. I mean, if it is for some weird reason, like, comfortable for you, then, I mean, that's probably fine, right? But for most women that I've talked to, they're like, yeah, that's not very uncomfortable. Painful, even. It's like, why would you do that? Awful. You know, I'm not a good cook either. Like, I can do it. If you give me a recipe and the ingredients, I can do it. But I'm not, like, inspired to cook. So, yeah. So he's like, taller women, I'm shorter. Said either, I like being the tall one too. Oh wow, look at that. I have 6'3" energy though. If you say so, Chris. If you say so. But yeah. Yeah. No. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think I have a preference for height. I would say there is such a thing as too short. Being 6 foot, I think there is such a thing as too short. If she gets 6'3" energy, can I get 5'5" energy? Dude, my aura is massive. That's what you call it? She gets... Can I get 5'5" energy? Too short, huh? Well... It's not for the reasons you're probably thinking of. But there was one girl I dated. She was a year older than me, but she was much shorter than me. Like, getting close to just, like, I think she was like 5'2" or something. Maybe 5'4". And you see, there is a certain detail of anatomy that tends to be, how do I put this? Smaller? Along with height for women. And, yeah, we weren't a match for that reason. Like that just kind of cut that whole thing short. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can explain in more detail if you guys are still confused, but I'm trying to be vague for, you know, just to keep it vague. It's okay, you're not the shortest one here. No, Bo's definitely the shortest one here. Yeah, you have gremlin energy. Anyone can have gremlin energy, though. That one being labeled Riz. Definitely, there's a chance. There's a chance someone under 5 foot is here. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm confused. Okay, I'll just say it in more explicit terms then. Her sheath was too small. Does that explain? Is that clarifying for you? And she was not very happy about that. So, yeah, that just didn't quite work out. Yeah. Yeah, apparently height has something to do with that. Or at least it influences it. What did I come back to? I went to get water. I was just saying, there is such a thing as too short for a woman that I would date, because, like, if you're too short, then there's not enough room in the sheath, you know? Come back from ad jail, sorry about that. I was saying, yeah, if a woman can be too short for me in the sense that I would be concerned that the sheath is not large enough for the sword. Like, that's a very real concern. I'm in the know now. Yeah. Yeah, so that came up once. I don't think it's like the end-all be-all, like, way to define that circumstance, but, like, not something you really want to run into. I think you could accommodate for it, but, like, you know. I think she's better off with someone more below average. Well, brag, why don't you damn? I'm not saying that I'm impressive. I'm just saying that there was not a lot of room. This sword is just too big. I have never seen a smaller sheath, all right? I've never seen a smaller sheath before that one. I never had that problem before. I never had a fitment issue. Not once. What is the average anyway? It depends on the country. And even when you look at the figures. Roughly, most blades are about, like, 5 inches, 6 inches, somewhere in that range. The exact number's a bit vague. But yeah, somewhere in that range. Usually in the middle is what people cite. Average sheath or average sword? Average sword. Average blade. The average sword was 4? In India? That's not even a joke. Like, they actually have a lower average. But in America, no, I'm pretty sure it's closer to 5. 5.5, something like that. Low-key, what is going on? We're talking in innuendo, Bo. Come on, catch up. Yeah. Typically somewhere around 5, and it varies by country and even region. There is certainly like a, what would it be? An ancestry? Yeah, we're talking about swords, yeah. Okay, what is going on? Well then, yeah. You don't know, then what do you mean, Bo? What's the problem? Now, Daddy's sword and Mommy's sheath love each other. Oh my god. I mean, I just don't want to have to wait for my sheath to get adjusted to the sword. I just want to enjoy the shink sound. I get you. That's why I'm saying, like, that was not a great match, because she had a very small sheath, it seemed. But I hope it's a longsword. How long are you aiming for? Longswords are several feet. I don't know if you got a sheath big enough for that. That's a lot. That's dangerous. What about spears? Just the tip? That's all you need to make a spear work, is just the tip. Axes. That's kind of weird. I wouldn't describe it like an axe. At least not personally. I mean, you do you. Well, the thing is, like, otherwise, though, for men, height has nothing to do with it. What about the Zweihande? If you need 2 hands, that's a weapon. For sure. That's a club. At a minimum. Behemoth. You're asking for damage. What about the Great Club? A Kopesh? I'm not even sure what a Kopesh is offhand. I recognize it as a sword, but I don't recognize what it looked like. Hold on. I have to Google it now. I feel like I should know. Ah, the Kopesh. Oh, yeah, those funny looking things. It's a sword with a really deep curve. Yeah, yeah. The dagger's a fitting name. That's why I said, you know, a blade. Aginata are cool too. They're sword spears. Yeah. Oh, those are very cool. Spears are great weapons. Anyway, yeah. So that's what happened there. That's why I was like, yeah, there's such a thing about, you know, too short. Between guys, I imagine not a problem. You know, I wouldn't worry about a guy being too short. That wouldn't be an issue. But yeah. Hey, Dreamer. It's welcome in. Have we not moved at all yet? No, we moved. Not very far, but we moved. Now we're in a restaurant having dinner with our fake girlfriend's dad. Bo won the jump catch game. Good job. Bo got nerfed. What do you mean Bo got nerfed? Hold on. About the rivers of blood. Oh, I see. Just got what? Yeah, what were the other the green and red flags we had? I think for me, a big green flag was being able to listen to me yap. It's an Elden Ring thing. I don't know the magic in Elden Ring. I kind of picked up on that after reading a few other things that you guys had said, but I gave up on it because I don't know jack. Like, whenever I do Elden Ring runs, I'm pure physical. I beat the crap out of things. That's what I do. Longsword ain't cheat if the knight ain't strong enough. Ooh, I want a lumberjack. You sure? We're all green flags for Tay. Huh? No one's all green flags. That's just not a thing. Rivers of Blood's a blood katana. Gotcha. Tay's a green flag. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's that's a big one for me, is being able to listen to me just talk. Even if it's not something you care about, just being able to listen. And, you know, hear it. Sometimes he's real mean. Me? I'm mean? Am I actually mean, or am I just being playful? I have a beard like a lumberjack, but not much else. Does that count? Are you strong? That sounds like what Chris is looking for. Someone big and strong. Can spell and speak well. Basically literacy. So real, actually. Playful and honest. Yeah, okay, I see that. Literacy is important. Honestly, I think I'd be very upset if the person I was dating couldn't spell. And I don't mean not be able to spell in the, because I know the difference, in the dyslexic kind of way. I mean, like, they cannot be bothered to form a sentence. That kind of thing, you know? Actually, Frisky upsets me a lot about this because he hates typing. And I'll try to, like, talk to him about something while I'm doing other things, and he's like, no, I need to voice. And it's like, I hate this, but fine. I will accommodate my friend. But you should learn to talk to people without it having to be in voice, you little pain in my tuchus. I'd use stronger words, but I wouldn't mean them. Yeah, see, strong man. I told you. Chris just wants a big, strong man. Surprised you really do exist. Yeah, this guy didn't believe us. He thought we were fake. Can't think of anything. My brain is empty. My tummy is full of cookie. So real. Just carry a book on dates and make them read a page from it, then have a conversation about said page. It has to be an interesting page, though. Actually, I have a recommendation. If you want to have a conversation about something, bring a question from the book of questions. Those are great questions that you should ask yourself and have a conversation about, and they can get really deep. And I think that would give you a good idea of how much they think. Conversations for media literacy. That's so vague, though. Because you might expect them to have some context, right? This is actually a problem that comes up in a lot of testing for anything that is cultural based, is you're going to expect them to, I don't know, have seen Game of Thrones or whatever, right? Or to like really know about this particular genre. Whereas they may not know jack about it, but they're really knowledgeable on something else. So be very, very mindful about what you pick. Because you can set yourself up for like a false positive, essentially, when you require outside context at all. Also never seen Game of Thrones. That's what I'm saying. I've never seen it either, but a lot of people talk about it like everyone just knows Game of Thrones, and I'm just like, who the hell has watched this show? I don't know anybody who has, but okay. Must be a millennial thing. Is it a millennial thing? Is it an old person thing? Is that unk behavior? But yeah, I can yap to you about Dragon Ball. I have yet to see Dragon Ball, but I do want to watch it someday. I just know it's full of filler, and that hurts me inside. Mainly, I just want to know if they can read out loud. Ah, okay. I guess Frisky's off the list. Big Flag is loving Dragon Ball, sharing hobbies. Yeah. No, I mean that's a good one. I would say, personally, I don't want to share every hobby with the person I'm with. It doesn't have to be even like. I just think we should have at least one or two things separate so that we can, well, do things separately. It's good for, I think, you know, making sure that you can get some time away from each other. You know, to spend with just your friends, or just by yourself. It's good to have that. So then you can come back again later. Kind of go over it. Let's show they got the basis from Elden Ring, right? I don't know. I don't think so. Being willing to at least tolerate each other's special interests. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. Like, I'll just talk about stuff. I go off on rants every time I play War Thunder. I go off on rants about the different tanks and, like, just the things I find fascinating about them. I'm not even complaining about the game. I'll just talk about it. I think it's neat. I would hope that whoever I'm dating can at least, like, doesn't mind. You know, that I'll just go on and on about something. I don't even care if they really listen all that hard. I would hope that they listen kind of. But only kind of. The chat we listen, yeah. But, like, I don't need them to recite it to me again later. I know that I'm just yapping. That's fine. Yeah, so, Chris, you do realize that Frisky can't read out loud, right? I mean, he can, but he's not very good at it. I think fascination in being passionate or nerding out about something is cute. I've been told that so many times by, like, women. They're like, oh my god, that's so cute. Nerd out more. I'm like, what? Huh? Huh? Like, I'm not used to being called cute. This is very strange. I don't take any of the info. I don't blame you, Bo. I say a lot of words. It's okay. Yeah, you're like, you just figured out phonetics. Yeah, I think I think practicing reading is very helpful. My partner's really into baseball and hockey. I don't know what at all they're talking about. They sound happy and it's adorable and I love it. Exactly. Being called cute is sweet. I love it, but I just don't know how to respond. I'm like, huh? Yeah. I've never been into sports. I don't mind hearing about it. I just hope that they don't want me to talk about it too. Like, I have coworkers who love sports. You know. And I'll hang out and chat with them, but if they start talking about sports, I'm just like, oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I don't mind listening, but I hope they don't ask me any questions. That would be, I'd be like, oh, I don't really know. I've said that a few times and they're like, oh, okay. They don't mind, but it's just like, yeah, no clue. I'm happy that you seem interested, but I got nothing for you, buddy. Anyway, go to work today. I'm making it a point to have my favorite team be their rival. Nice. I think when I grew up, my family was very into hockey, and the like family rival for some reason was the Steelers. And anyone from New York, the Rangers, the Steelers, who else? Yankees. No, like anything from New York was the rival. I grew up in Pennsylvania. Whatever team would be funniest to be there, to beat their favorite team. That's great. Is hockey really popular anywhere else? America and Canada. And Russia. Russia likes their hockey. I don't know anywhere else that it's particularly popular. Maybe in like Eastern Europe, there might be areas where it's a thing. But as far as I know, it's just that, you know, those three big countries of US, Canada, and Russia. I don't think anywhere else really cares about hockey. And even in America, hockey's kind of like, it's kind of a rich person thing. At least to play. To be a fan of it, anybody can do that, but like to play it is very expensive. Mainly all the pads and the skates and stuff, it's a lot. My favorite hockey team is Florida's because it beat their team over in Canada, I think, and it's the funniest thing ever. I don't know who the teams are anymore. All I know is the Flyers. You know, Philadelphia Flyers and New York Rangers. That's about all I got. One with a nickel allergy, I wonder how that'll go when it comes to being gifted jewelry once I announce I'm allergic to it. Honestly, that'll be a pain for them because they're gonna have to either spend a lot of money or find a way around it. I just know Florida beat Canada once and it was funny. It's pretty funny that Florida beat Canada at, you know, the ice game. But you know what happens. You know, they got to get on their game. What can I say? But no, hockey's very competitive. The fights are crazy. The fact that like it's a game where there are fights on the ice and like that's just an accepted part of the game. Crazy. Yeah, no, I grew up, my siblings played hockey. I played hockey for a little bit. The ice rink near me closed down when I was still like a little kid. I forget how old I was exactly, but I was still in Little League or whatever they call it. I'm trying to remember what they called it for the little kids, but anyway. I was doing that, and then my dad was like, okay, we have to go to a different rink over an hour away. And practice starts earlier. It's like, no. Wasn't really into hockey until I got to college. Went to my university's hockey games. It was fun being in the student sections. We were labeled and known as one of the rowdiest sections in all of college hockey. Oh, nice. Yeah, the colleges I went to didn't have hockey, so I probably would have actually given that a consideration if they did. I probably would have played again. Not, you know, at like the college level, but just, you know, when they had like what would you call it? The community type things. Not like anyone's willing to break it up. They got weapons in their hands and blades on their feet. Stay away from me, Mr. Angry Hockey Person. Well, it's that they don't get like booted from the game. They just get thrown in a little box. They get thrown in the bad boy box. in the bad hockey player box, and they get a timeout, and then they get to go back to playing. But you can throw hands, and the consequence is, yeah, you get in the box, get in the cube. That's it. That's all we do. We just throw them in the box. Yeah, like intramural sports club, something like that. Yeah. You know, or at least I would have gone ice skating, bare minimum. I like roller skating too. It's not the same, but I do like it. I'd love to learn it again, but like I said, it's expensive and you have to have a place to go. I also don't like doing things alone, which is my biggest problem actually. I had to move for my job, but none of my coworkers are really into like ice skating and stuff. They're all into like baseball or basketball or something, and I'm like, whatever, dude. Not an interest to me at all. I don't like being hot. Like hot and sweaty and gross sounds awful. Cold and sweaty and gross sounds fine. Like, well, I grew up ice skating. But I'd have to like relearn how to do anything more than just skate. Yeah, I'd love to do that at some point. There's a lot of things I'd like to do, but I need people to go with me. I'm skating a couple times and I don't know how to skate at all. It takes time. A lot of time. There's good ways to learn, and there's bad ways to learn, and you're probably learning a bad way, and that's okay. You wouldn't know any better. The like right way that I've seen is to use a cone or some kind of like thing to help you stay upright. Some places will have like walkers that you can use, like a granny walker, you know? And you use that to keep yourself from falling, and you learn how to move the skates, because it's a very specific motion. There's only one way to do it. At least to go forward. Until you learn how to go fast. There's only one normal way to go forward, and you're going at like a steady pace. And then from there, you learn the more aggressive moves and things to go faster, to make fast turns, stop, things like that. But you start out with just, you gotta move forward. And then you gotta be able to stand upright. It's actually really hard to just stand there on skates. I didn't skate more recently. My leg has been acting up. So the thought of struggling while the sharp things are attached to me does not seem appealing. Yeah, I get that. That is the big downside of skating and hockey, is that there is always the risk of like very serious injury on the ice. It's gotten quite rare. People are very, very mindful of it. It's just like walking, but each step has a glide to it. It's like bending your knees and alternate left, right. You're pushing. You're pushing the ice. You are cutting and pushing against the ice. One is slicing in as you move forward. The other one is pushing off. You're wearing blades, literally. That's what it is. So that's why when you're going to push off, you're pushing out of line with, like, where, you know how with a knife, if you want to just slice through something, you go forward and backwards, you know, in a straight line. But imagine if you took that and then you tried to pull it back into the right instead of just going forward and backwards. You would rip it apart, right? There'd be a lot of resistance. That's exactly the idea. That's what you're doing when you push. Turning smoothly, like cutting your leg from the side, you're turning at whatever that means. Whatever Chris said. It is hard to explain. You're wearing a really big knife on each foot. That's a good way to think of it. Everything else just comes out as a result when you go and experiment. I would say learning roller skating is probably easier for most people. You'll be more comfortable. That's the main thing. But the motion is very similar. In bed before I fall asleep again. I think those are the same thing, but okay, Bo. No, I get what you mean. Have a great night, Bo. Thanks for stopping in. Tighten your laces. That's what the refs taught me when I kept falling. Well, you can over-tighten too. I think of my father. You want them to be so tight that there's very little wiggle room, but you're going to want to wear specific kinds of socks, thicker socks mainly, that will make it so that you don't actually cut off your blood flow when you do that. But yeah, no, you want them to be pretty tight, but that's just so that they don't wiggle on you. Whatever's enough so that when you stand up, they're kind of just like an extension of your foot. That's how tight they should be. Any tighter and you can hurt yourself. Once I learned how to turn and spin and skate backwards, it's all over for you guys. Skating backwards is weird. I knew how to do it when I was a kid, but I can't do it anymore. At least not on roller skates. Gonna head out, Fergie. Wind down before bed. Yeah, thank you for rating in again. I hope you have a wonderful night. And for chatting, too. Yeah, have a good night. Appreciate you. Oh yeah, I'm playing a game. That's a cute emo. It's not like my boyfriend's right here in front of you. So she says. Of your overactive imagination.
Huh?
We're a dentist, right? Yeah, I wrote it down. This is why I wrote it down, because I knew that we would get, you know, sidetracked again. I was convinced his daughter was Lulu again. Yeah, yeah. She did describe us to a T as a tall, slender man with a ponytail and an eye patch. So, oh, and a dangerous aura. So, in all honesty, I see where he's coming from. And actually, she was lying, so, you know. I manage a cabaret. Yeah, that would go over great. Have you ever tried... Well, I'm not saying that. You silly goose. But no, I've never put pickles into any kind of dough. Pickle bread just doesn't sound very appealing. It sounds very salty. A slender man. Oh my god. No, we're a dentist. Not the face I'd expect from a dentist at all, to be frank. Well, you're not frank, but sure. Go on. The strat is to put the pickle juice into the dough itself. I'm just not sure... Not sure how that would turn out. I think adding more water would be a problem, too. You know? Wondering, how did you come to meet Cocoa? Oh god, how do we explain this? Ran into me while eating toast. That's so anime. It's called pickle bread and it is a thing, actually. Is it? I worked in a bakery and I never, ever heard about pickle bread. Interesting. I wonder if it's any good. Well, there's something about drives and movies, so we're gonna go with we sat next to each other in a movie. Want melon bread? I've never had melon bread. Yeah, I just googled it. Oh, okay, so it's not like a big thing that like you buy at the store. Yeah, see, she mentioned that we enjoy movies, so like this worked. And the rest is history. What a way to say it. She almost just let it all slip. That's crazy. I'm just glad she didn't meet her boyfriend in any places she shouldn't be. He's so strict. Okay, just an aside for all the future parents here. If you have kids, the stricter you are, the more duplicitous they will become. I'm just telling you now. The stricter you are, the more they lie. Now, there is such thing as not strict enough, don't get me wrong, you can be too lax, but like, just saying, duplicitous, that's a hot word, oh my goodness. Like, my parents weren't that strict with me, and I got into less trouble than my siblings, who they were stricter with. I don't think that's the main defining factor there, but they weren't very strict with me, and I learned a lot of lessons on my own by making smaller mistakes instead of big ones. And I could talk to my parents about it if I really needed to. But also, I have cousins who, well, my aunt and uncle are a lot stricter than my parents ever were. And yeah, they're better liars than I ever will be. That much I do know for sure. And I knew some people, dated some girls even, who were way better liars than I could ever imagine being, and yeah, very strict parents. Read somewhere that strict parents make better liars. They do, yeah. Yeah. Again, it's not a bad skill to have, don't get me wrong. Lying to your job when you just cannot work that day because you're just exhausted and they expect you to, I don't know, be dying. Lying about that is fine. Nothing wrong with that. So knowing how to lie is not a bad skill. It's just when you lie and how good you are at it and how complicated it can get, all of that, like, there should be limits. Hopefully. Got in trouble, not really due to strictness, but emotional deficiency? Yeah. You can't be perfect. I'm just saying, you know, don't try to control your child's entire life. They'll just lie more. Yeah. Our lies have consequences, exactly. If you're too good, you know, if you get too good at lying, then you start to get away with it. You start to get away with the big ones, right? Oh no, that's not good. That's real bad, actually. Yeah, so there's a, as with everything, there's a good middle ground. And one day my stomach was hurting, so I could miss school. Oh, I did that all the time. I would lie about being sick, skip school. I hated school. I did great in school, actually. I had great grades when I went. But I hated going. I don't even blame myself for that. I don't feel like I did anything wrong there. Ended up going to the hospital and getting diagnosed with something I didn't know I had. Well, I mean, good, I guess. Oops. Didn't even think to do that. Oh yeah, no, I didn't want to go. I hated waking up in the morning. That's the problem. I still hated it today. Like, I think my parents figured that I would grow out of sleeping in. The thing is, I don't fall asleep when I should. I definitely have some kind of sleep disorder. I just need to get it addressed, but right now I have too many things going on. But now that I know I'm going to be living here for at least another year or two, I can schedule some things. My stomach wasn't even hurting. I just didn't want to do the test. Well, I mean, hey, it worked out. No, I lied about it all the time. It was something I think was actually necessary for me. I didn't get enough sleep, honestly. I would sleep 3 or 4 hours, then I'd go to school. It was awful. I do that now with work. I got a couple hours of sleep, and then I gotta go to work. But I can't lie and just skip work. So, can't really do that one. At least not usually. I do it when I really, really need to. I'll call out, but try not to. That's like I said, I should probably get tested. I probably have some kind of disorder. Because I could go to bed right now, right? I could end a stream, I could go lay down, it's like midnight. Very good odds that because my sleep schedule is kind of wonky, instead of like 6 hours maybe before I wake up and can't go back to sleep, I would get like 3. And then I'd wake up for like 5 or 6 hours, then I'd need a nap at some point, otherwise I'd like be ready to fall over. And I do mean like fall over. And then I'd go back to sleep, wake up again, and then I'd feel fine until like some stupidly late time. And then I'd be able to sleep for 8 hours. If I stay up tonight till like 5 a.m., 2 hours before I would have to wake up for work, then I could sleep my 8 hours. But like none of that works with normal life. Majority of a school year where I would go to sleep at 5:30 and wake up at 7 for school and just raw dog the day. Yeah. That's been like my whole life. Has been like a couple hours of sleep and then go wherever. At school at least I was able to nap a lot. Like during the day I would sleep. Like during classes, I didn't care. Like there was one class, I had an English class I think in 6th grade, and the teacher tried really hard for like the first month to keep me awake during class, and eventually he just gave up. Cause like I couldn't sleep at night. You know, and like I would go to school and I'd be too exhausted to be awake for class. Just couldn't do it. And no matter what I tried, I could stay up all night. I could go through like a whole 24-hour plus period, go to bed at a normal time, get 8 hours of sleep. I'd try to do it the next day, couldn't sleep. I was like, oh my god, it's so frustrating. Like my whole damn life, can't sleep. At least not when I want to. If I, and I've done this a few times, like, you know, during summer and things like that. I'm feeling EP right now, so I might pass out. Understandable. Real, my entire 5th grade year, all my teachers gave up on keeping me awake because I couldn't. Yeah, that was what happened to me. And but yeah, no, like if I just let myself sleep whenever I want, as I feel like, as I feel tired, I will sleep 8 hours, and then I will be awake for like 20. At least, maybe more. And then I'll go to sleep and I'll sleep 8 hours. And then I just keep doing that, but the schedule keeps changing. There's no schedule. Like it's on a rotating one. Yeah, if you do go to bed, Chris, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting so much. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, no, it's been so rough. Sometimes it's not so bad, other times it's awful. Lately it's been awful. Her dad's very worried about her. He wants her to be happy. There's a man who will love you and treat you well. I would give you my blessing for a marriage right this instant. This is a great father. What about her do I find attractive? Oh, shit. She makes great omelet rice. Perfect answer. She's a good cook. The thing is, we're here to be the boyfriend, not to get the marriage. Don't fall in. Oh, that's funny. Oh god, he's coming in for another attack. Oh my god. He knows. Oh god, which way do we go here? He knows. But does he? Is this a bluff? What lie? Damn. Yeah, he knew from the start. Damn. Wow. You know, I have to say, I'm surprisingly, like, pleasantly surprised by the storytelling in this game. This father is like a fully fleshed out character. He's not just a 2D piece of paper that stands in for, I don't know, toxic masculinity or something. You know, something stupid like that where they would try to like simplify it down to something mean or something good, one of the two, right? Like, I find that so often in so many games where like every character is just like a caricature, other than like one or two of them. It's kind of boring. But Goku's dad is like cool in a lot of ways. Like he's again multi-dimensional character here. He understands that like he kind of ended up putting her up to this. He was trying to be a good dad, and he clearly cares about her a lot, but so much pressure on her to, you know, find a nice man and be happy, you know, even though that's what he wants. It ended up pushing her in the wrong direction. Yeah, see, it's because he pushed her to go on those dates. Lost my wife when Coco was still an infant. Raised her alone without anyone else's help. Tried to raise her well, so no one would look down on her for not having a mother. I know I've been overly protective of her. I can see now that she's capable of standing on her own 2 feet. Damn. Gotta stop telling my daughter to do this or that, or pushing her to meet potential suitors. She's her own woman. It's time I learned to let go. It's a tearjerker, man. Goddamn. Poor guy. Okay, there's another reason he went along with the little charade. And what's that? This might be good practice. Yeah, good point. Yeah, it wasn't just to avoid the marriage. Yep. Trying to show you don't need to worry about her so much. Worry? Yeah. Pretty plain to see that she's the source of a bundle of your worries. I think she wanted to reassure you that she's capable of looking after herself. She wanted to prove to you she can manage her own affairs. Like getting married. So real. Alright, I'm back. If that wasn't too awkward for you guys. Did you even break the silence? Welcome back, Coco-chan. So listen, your dad actually knew Majima. Ooh, yes? Coco, you've done well finding this man. I had nothing to worry about after all. He's gonna continue the act, but like, give her the approval and just change how he behaves.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna stop trying to set him up. Yep. He's gonna let her think that she pulled this little caper off. that was sweet. We get a gift. 5 pieces of fluorite. It's a stone. I have to walk my dad to his hotel. Oh, you forgot something. Home. Something wrong? Majima-kun, there's one last thing I need to say. What's that? Majima-kun, I'm glad I got to talk to you. You went through all the bother of pretending to be my daughter's boyfriend just for my sake. You're a good man. I was trying to put one past you. Don't give me too much credit. Yeah? I mean, sort of. I'd like it if you'd be my daughter's real boyfriend. Oh, dang. Excuse me? What did you just say? I said, won't you please ask my daughter out for real? Consider it for a moment, please. I had a feeling this was gonna happen at some point. They had me going there near the end though. I was like, oh, okay, it's not gonna happen. No, here it is. Putting the fresh hell makes you think that's a good idea. Because you're the ideal man. I think I can safely entrust her future to you. Oh god, he's getting controlling again. Although I will say, she did literally describe us to a T when she was coming up with her ideal man, so. If she won't take you, I will? Whoa, 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 what? What's all this about? Yeah, what? This is why I'm single. Damn, dude. Relatable, but damn. Alright, bisexual dad, real? Yeah, that was a shocker. That really came out of left field. I guess we can call women, I guess. I mean, he's a nice enough guy, but I don't imagine Majima's quite swinging that way, you know, that direction. I mean, he might. I don't know. I don't think he does. Oh yeah, I have to go back there, don't I? You good, bro? Oh, he's drunk. I was like, why does that guy look messed up? Nah, he doesn't. Maybe for Kiryu specifically, but even then I think he's more in it for the love of the game. That's crazy. It's that girl from the other day. Oh, she's back. The blue chestnut? Oh, we gotta go get her another doll. She doesn't have a dad, mom's at work all the time, and she says there's no money. I just wanted to come look at it. Alright. Well, can't not, you know, get a stuffed animal for a kid. That would be like messed up or something. Papa Tay, me? Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever been called daddy or anything like that. Not that I'm complaining, just saying. At least not outside of jokes. Daddy's lame. Father is in. You say that in bed? That is such a ruined word for me. Yeah. I don't think I'd want that either. Like, I don't think I'd want a girl to call me daddy. Like, I don't know. I don't really think that's my thing. But I ain't your daddy. Huh? That's a dad thing, yeah. So if I did have a daddy, he'd be kind of like you, right? Oh, no. Yeah, she's making a point here. And you look old enough to be a daddy, so you're just like a daddy to me. What does this kid think I am? You should be my real daddy, sir. Aw. It ain't gonna happen, right? Can I just call you daddy then? No! Absolutely not. I think you should insist on Majima-san, because otherwise you get, like, a weird relationship. Although, I feel like maybe this isn't translating very well. Because, like, there's not even, like, voice for this. Because if it's Otosan, then that would not be a weird thing, right? Like, there wouldn't... I mean, it would be weird that she's calling you her father, right? But I think the socially appropriate play here is Majima-san. Because you're not her dad. Call my dad daddy still, despite the awful context on the internet. I think a lot of girls do. Like, a lot of women will call their dad daddy. Because they don't use it that way. And that's what they called their dad when they were a kid. And that's why it's so weird to a lot of people. I always called my dad just dad, but I feel like that's more of a boy thing. Call their dad just dad. Interchangeably maybe, but yeah. Anyway, insist on Majima-san.
Huh?
Okay, well, that was a bit stricter than I expected it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hurt her feelings. Oh, okay, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna, for my own sanity's sake, I'm gonna assume she means it, like, literally, like, dad. You know, Otosan. Or Papa. Yeah, something like that. Tay, you're tainted. Listen. The world is a fucked up place. Very friendly for a criminal organization. Yeah, I mean... Handgun. Shirt. Hammer. Shotgun. Hammer. Jacket. Okay, then. Great slime gun. Iron hammer. Metal jacket. Oh, that's what that means. Definitely get a spring. Okay, hold on. What does crafting involve? Oh, I don't even know what I need. Model gun is a retail version modified for increased firepower. So like an airsoft gun that just hurts really bad. I like how they have their version of the like Chinese English. I assume this, like, they translate this into Japanese as like some kind of shorthanded version or some accent, I guess I should say, of Japanese that's like specific to Chinese people. And so the localization for that to go to English is to use like the typical ways of like a Chinese immigrant speaking English. Okay, so we don't even know what we want. We're just gonna get here. Iron pole, protective. Protective what? What the heck's a protective? Stun gun, spear blader. Blackjack, that'd be neat. We'll send whoever this guy is. Ooh, that agent is expensive. I'll take the expensive guy, he's better finding rates. And a blackjack, I'm very interested in a blackjack. Oh, you can repair your stuff too. That's cool. I saw something weird. I did not see something weird. Another phone card or whatever. You know, people say things were like different in the past. I really don't think they were all that different. They definitely changed, but they're not really that different. Like, used to be you had to call like a weird number to talk to... What's that guy doing? To talk to strange women and you know, get some weird pleasure out of that. Now, oh my god, she's back. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. Now, there's websites for that. You can still call phone numbers, I think. I think that's still a thing. Among other stuff. And it's just like, you know, things just don't change as much as you might think. Not they don't change, it's just, it's more like they change. What people want doesn't really change. It's just how they get it. Have any? No, I don't have any accessories. Let's see. Just boost damage, yeah. Too broke. So let's save here. All right, it is past midnight. I think it's time to go to bed for me. So I'm gonna send you guys off on a raid. If anyone has any suggestions for who to raid, I would appreciate that actually. But otherwise, I'll find someone in just a moment here. Let's see. Let's see. Who up? We're playing the video games. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Good conversation with everybody tonight. I had a lot of fun. Oh gosh. There's so many people that I could raid, but now I have to pick. Oh golly. For anyone who's gonna stay awake, let's see, what are the options? We have Minecraft. We have Minecraft, but male voice. So there's your two Minecraft options. We have SnowRunner. I think that's like a driving game. Yeah, driving. We have, what else we got? Minecraft or Minecraft. Okay, but also that third option, you know. Illusion of choice. Well, okay, so one of them is Fenari, who is girl, and she talks really fast. It's very cool. She does like the auctioneer type thing when you whenever you raid her, she does this auctioneer thing where she talks like really fast. It's actually pretty cool. The other one's Xerxes. He's more like comfy, chill, you know? Very closer to my energy, I guess, you know? Chill, relaxed, laid back. There's Farana, who's playing SnowRunner, which is a truck driving game. And let's see, what else is there? There's Akigo. She is driving a bus. Her thing is that she's a bus driver, I should add. Not IRL, I don't think anyway. Maybe? Who knows? I didn't ask. But the game is Bus Simulator. So there's our options for the night. So if you have any preference, let me know. Otherwise, I'll probably like flip a coin or something. Actually, I'll see who I've rated recently. That'll probably help me decide. Okay. If no one has a preference, I know who I'll rate. Yeah, let me know if anyone has a choice, but I'm gonna go to the ending screen here. Thank you all again for hanging out, for chatting with me. And I'll be back tomorrow, I believe. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow. This whole week's been kind of outside the usual. Normally I have a schedule and everything. You need a job. I have a job, but thank you. I have a full 9 to 5. Make more than the average person in America, actually. Just because you felt like saying that. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. I hope you all sleep well. Have a wonderful evening, and I'll see you tomorrow for whatever we end up doing. Bye.